Don, are we ready? All right. Good afternoon. I guess we're not ready over here yet. Good afternoon, and welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed on AACPS YouTube channel. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the signs by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. The evocation. Oh God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stirs to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 2.03, approval of the minutes. Motion to approve the minutes.
Move to approve.
Second.
Consensus? Okay. Motion to establish the agenda order.
So moved.
Second.
Any consensus? All right, the agenda is established. At this time, the board will hear public comments on agenda items and non-agenda items. This is one of the opportunities that the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. The members of this board appreciate hearing from interested citizens. As appropriate, we will refer your concerns to the superintendent for follow-up by his staff. While we encourage public input on policies, programs, and practices within the purview of the board and the school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to the public education in Anne Arundel County. I remind everyone that inappropriate personnel remarks or other behavior that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting are out of order. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be asked to leave the meeting. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer sessions with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking. Handouts should be given to the board assistants. I ask that the speakers observe the 2-minute clock. A yellow light will shine when you have 30 seconds remaining, and a tone will sound when your time has expired. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the tone. If you continue after your time has expired, the microphone will be turned off. It could also be turned off if the speaker addressed specific student or employee matters or comment on matters not related to the public education in Anne Arundel County. And with that, we will start with the first person. I'm going to call up 5 names. Please feel free to come up to the mics. The mics are on. First person up is Fish Starks, David Marsberger, and Paige Williams, and Gabriella Blair.
Thank you, Madam President. So half of American high schools have eliminated class rank. Why would we adopt a system that the rest of the country is abandoning? If the goal is increasing opportunities, there should be data to prove it, but data proves the opposite. For instance, when some Texas school districts eliminated class rank, they reported that their increases to UT Austin increased, and a University of Chicago study that tracked 72,000 students found that the practice of class rank caused measurable declines in GPA, test scores, and college persistence, even when controlling for academic ability. Basically, class rank makes teenagers less successful for the same reason Instagram makes them more anxious and depressed. All the major researchers in educational motivation, from Carol Dweck at Stanford to Desi and Ryan at Rochester, agree that students perform best when they have a mastery motivation, wanting to learn and accomplish things, not a performance motivation, wanting to impress other people. Class rank primes students for the least effective type of motivation. Dr. Herbert Marsh, an Australian psychologist, conducted a study across 26 countries that shows the practice of class rank negatively impacts students' opinions of themselves and their ability to learn, even when they're really smart. And it's so impactful that it persists even after graduation. 6 decades of social comparison research tells us comparing ourselves to other people is the quickest path to anxiety and depression, and teenagers are most uniquely vulnerable to this phenomenon. We want kids to get objective feedback, but comparing them to each other is subjective, not objective. We want to hold them to high standards, but research shows that when schools rank students, they take easier classes and avoid the hard ones. And what we don't want is to make our schools more like Instagram. We know what happens when you build a system that tells young people to constantly measure themselves against their peers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, David Mossberger. David.
David Morsberger, graduate of Meade Senior High School. I'm testifying in favor of class rank. I believe the number one purpose of our public school system is to prepare all students to be productive and leaders in this highly competitive global market. There have been some recent improvements in the quantitative proficiency scores here at Anne Arundel County, but we must do more. And I would thank you, Dr. Bedell, and everybody here on the board for those achievements. Humans are competitive by nature. The world after high school is very competitive, whether they go on to attend a university or immediately join the workforce. I and many others see that high school graduates are not prepared for what's coming next in the world. Every board member up here kind of competed for their position they have right now, whether it was a public election, whether it was picked by your peers, or an applicant who applied for a job. You all competed, and that makes the board a better place because of that competition. We have youth group and youth sports and other activities within the school. And that's competitive, where every student works very hard to be the best, whether it's wrestling an individual or it's soccer or it's football, to be the best, and that competition is good. I think class rank creates that environment for students to compete with their peers. The result will be, one, a needed increase in overall proficiency scores for all students and Anne Arundel County graduates who are prepared for college, prepared for a career, and ready to take on this cutthroat world that we live in, this globally competitive world. So please vote in favor of class ranking. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paige Williams, and I'm a sophomore at Severna Park High School. I support bringing back class rank, provided it is optional. Class rank can provide students with many opportunities through scholarships, college and trade school admissions, and helping students pursue a career. If someone is ranked highly in their class, it is an extraordinary accomplishment. And class rank solely reflects academics, which is becoming increasingly important with the new valedictorian process. Regardless, a student deserves recognition again if they fought to hold their place. I acknowledge that there can be disadvantages when it comes to having class rank being shown with mental health, but students are already compared in other ways through athletics and arts programs. While class rank may benefit a lot of students, I understand how it can harm others. If it were to be brought back, class rank should be optional for students, and there needs to be protections put in place. When a student decides to view their class rank, it should be a deliberate process discussed with the student's guardian or psychologist, and should be a decision that takes the whole student's life into account. Additionally, class rank should be private to prevent bullying and comparison between students. If at the end of the day, knowing their class rank would not be beneficial for them, they should be able to make that decision. We need to do everything in our power to prevent these issues from arising. Maybe it's talking with counselors during scheduling season when most students have a one-on-one meeting and then discussing if it is the right choice, or making the process a joint decision with a student and their guardian. All in all, every student is different, and our class rank policy should reflect that. Making class rank optional would allow for each student to choose based on what is best for them, provided their proper safeguards. Thank you, and have a nice rest of your night.
Thank you. Gabrielle Blair.
Good evening, President Dent, Vice President Pulliam, Superintendent Bedell, and members of the board. My name is Gabriella Blair. I am a sophomore from Meade High School, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here to advocate for bringing back class rank as an optional choice for students in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I understand and respect why the district chose to remove class rank. Protecting student well-being and reducing unhealthy competition were thoughtful and student-centered decisions. However, I believe we can prioritize mental health while also trusting students with access to their own academic information. Currently, students at AACPS have no access to their class rank at all. I'm not asking for it to be required or publicly displayed. I'm simply asking that students be allowed to privately request it if they choose. Those who do not want to know should never have to see it, but those who want that information should not be denied it. For some students, class rank is not about competition. It is about clarity. It provides context. It allows students to set goals, measure progress, and better understand where they stand academically. As someone who takes challenging courses and works hard, I would value the opportunity to see that context for myself. Additionally, some colleges and scholarship programs ask for class rank or academic standing beyond GPA. Students in neighboring districts can provide that information. Meanwhile, students in Anne Arundel County should not be at a disadvantage simply because we cannot access our own data. We are already trusted to enroll in honors and AP and IB courses. We are trusted to take on academic rigor. Allowing students the option to request their class rank follows that same principle of trust and responsibility. Bringing back class rank as an option does not create pressure. It creates transparency. It creates fairness, and it respects students' abilities to make informed decisions about their own academic journey. I respectfully ask the board to consider allowing students to request their class rank while preserving the right of others to opt out completely. This approach supports students' mental health and student empowerment. Students deserve both protection and
Please wrap up.
Students deserve both protection and opportunity. And an optional class rank achieves that through choice, transparency, and trust. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right. I saw the claps over there. Next up is Christopher McMahon, Dimitri Bedell, Julia Howes, and Zoe Howes.
Hello and good evening. Thank you to Dr. Bedell and members of the Board of Education for letting me present this evening. My name is Chris McMahon. I'm the band director at Glen Burnie High School. It's been my privilege to serve as one of the music educators at Glen Burnie High School since 2006. In the last 20 years as the marching band director, I've witnessed firsthand the hardships of trying to organize and run a competitive marching band program due to the financial constraints of the school, available county funds, and as well as our community members. Also, although we've had a great deal of support from the AACPS Music Office, it's always been a challenge to procure the funds necessary to run a competitive marching band program in regards to busing to competitions via student fundraising and community support. Since COVID, the cost of paying for buses has more than doubled. The average bus cost in 2018 was $400, and now in 2026, it's an average of $900. For the 2025 marching band competitive season of September through November, the Glen Burnie Music Boosters paid $7,200 for a total of 8 buses. That's $900 per bus, 2 buses per competitions, and with 4 competitions. It takes the Glen Burnie Music Boosters countless hours of preparation to run 2 annual craft fairs, which require many helping hands to help raise funds to cover the entire cost of these buses, plus thousands of additional dollars for running a competitive marching band program. Some of those years' costs include, but are not limited to, the following items: $4,500 for marching band instructors, $1,500 for cleaning, repair, and purchase of uniforms, $1,000 for marching band drill design, $8,000 for new instruments, $1,500 for equipment, trailer, insurance, and maintenance. If AACPS could cover even half of the $7,200 total for the 26-27 fiscal year, those extra funds could go towards supporting the purchase of new music instruments for our students at Glen Burnie High School, which is classified as a blueprint school. Through the tireless efforts of our Glen Burnie Music Feeder System and its teachers, our marching band participation has increased approximately 20% each year since COVID. Procuring additional funds for the purchase of new instruments and repair of older instruments has been a concern. We at Glen Burnie High School and its vertical team, the Glen Burnie Music Boosters, as well as the music families, are in full support of Amendments 11 and 12. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, so if you don't get a chance to finish up your comments, if you have your written statement, you are happy to give it to Ms. Howell or Ms. Mooney.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Bedell. My name is Dimitri Bedell, and I have served as the band director at Old Mill High School for the past 6 years. I am here in full support of the amendments 11 and 12 to the recommended operating budget. These amendments would provide critical funding for marching band transportation, music materials of instruction, and instrument repair throughout our county. I want to focus on what this truly impacts our students. When asked about marching band, one of my seniors shared, "It allowed me to be a leader. I never thought that I would have the confidence or the bravery to do something like that." Another student told me that marching band gave her a place to belong when she entered high school, a place to build friendships, practice leadership, and develop skills that would carry into her future. A senior color guard member said, "I am now the person that I hoped to be when I was a freshman. I would not be the same without marching band." These are not isolated experiences. Marching band builds confidence, leadership, community, resilience. It gives students a place to grow artistically, physically, socially, and to represent our schools with pride. Bryce Miller-Dixon, the color guard director of Old Mill High School and the director of the combined Central Anne Arundel County Color Guard, is evidence of this. He is an Old Mill alumni, and because of his positive experience in AACPS, went on to compete at the highest level of the marching arts, and he is now back in this county, positively influencing the next generation of students. Amendment 12 helps more music students in the AACPS gain access to instruments and materials required for high quality music education. These tools are expensive to buy and repair, and costs continue to rise. This funding is a necessary first step toward equity and excellence in our programs. Amendment 11 addresses transportation, one of the largest barriers to marching band participation. Currently, competitive programs rely heavily on students' dues and booster funding, sometimes exceeding $10,000 per season just for transportation. Reducing this burden means more students can participate regardless of their family income. At competitions, we represent AACPS in front of dozens of schools, and since its founding in 2019, one AACPS, at least one school, has brought home a Maryland Marching Band Association state championship every single year.
Thank you. Please wrap up.
These funds are going to help ensure that we remain visible, competitive, and proud representatives of our county. Most importantly, they ensure that students continue to have access for the life-changing opportunities you've just heard about. Thank you for your consideration and your continued support of music education in Anne Arundel Public Schools. Thank you.
Hello and good evening, Dr. Bedell, President Dent, Vice President Pulliam, and board members. My name is Julia House, 2005 alumni of Southern High and a parent of a sophomore at Southern High School. I am here today to support the efforts to fund a team room and a second gym at Southern High School. As the parent of a student athlete, there is a need for a second gym at Southern High School. Our teams are unable to practice indoors or are practicing in the cafeteria hallways. With only one gym, teams often compete for time. 2 gyms allow practice to run simultaneously, reduce late night practice schedules, prevent cancellations due to events, improve access for both boys and girls programs. When space is limited, priority often goes to revenue or higher profile sports, and smaller programs gets pushed to less desirable times. 2 gyms promote equal access, fair scheduling, and stronger program balance. 2 gyms also protects academic balance because it allows for earlier practice windows, better time management, and healthier routines. Having a team room is important for student athletes because it supports performance, culture, and overall student development. It's not just convenience. When student athletes walk into a room that reflects their sport, it builds ownership and unity. That connection translates to a stronger teamwork or on the field or court. A team room gives his coach and players a consistent place for meetings, leadership discussions, and team goal setting. Student athletes juggle academics, practice, games, and social pressures. It's often a team to decompress, connect, and focus. If some teams have dedicated space and others do not, it can create an imbalance and an inequity. The need exceeds far beyond high school sports. The Southern High Gym supports band, cheer, dance, school events, community, and recreational programs, plus middle school sports. I ask you to add the Southern High School Gym and Team Room project to the Board of Education capital budget, and thank you in advance for your support.
Thank you. Zoe.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zoe House, and I am serving as the 2025-2026 chapter reporter for Southern FFA. Thank you in advance for supporting our amendment number 14, the support of agriculture education in the greenhouse at Southern High School. I am a sophomore at Southern High School, and I am a student athlete, which means I am in a lot of different gyms, fields, and team rooms. A team room is just as important as being on the court or field that we play on. A team room is where all belongings are trusted to stay at the whole season. A team room is a place that we can have our pregame talks and strategy plans. A team room is where we make friendships and help one another learn and grow. During my basketball season last year, varsity's belongings were able to have a whole locker room and space, but JV didn't. We had whatever space was left over. We had the bottom cubby or even a floor space next to it. Having a second gym will help us be able to practice before 8 p.m. while games or activities are happening in the main gym. We also share space with youth sports, which also limits schedules. Practices happen until 9 o'clock at night and can possibly be earlier if more gym space was available. I have been to other schools and noticed how they have 2 gyms for their student athletes. Our wrestling team has to use the cafeteria for their matches because we do not have enough gym space. One of my close friends is on the cheer team, and at my school she has to practice in the cafeteria and does not have any space in the school to have their own team room. Also, cheer has to take out time for their practice to set up the mats and move them back and forth where they store them, which is in a hallway using up space. If 2 teams have back-to-back games, the later team has to warm up in the hallway without a lot of room. Thank you, and please vote in support of our amendment number 4 to fund the second gym and team rooms at Southern High School.
Thank you. Next up is Jennifer Grief, Christina Corona, Will Johnson, Shauna Reichel, and Fish Stark.
Good evening. Before I begin, I was approved to vote or to speak on 2 different things. Am I talking at both of them now or no? Okay, just start with one. Okay. All right. Good evening, board members and Dr. Bedell. My name is Jennifer Grief, and I am here tonight as a marching band parent and not on behalf of any organization I may be a member of. I will be speaking on amendments 11, 12, and 13. Last year, my son joined his high school's marching band. I was over the moon about this because I too was in the marching band in high school in Texas, too many years ago to mention. What I wasn't over the moon with was the cost of joining said marching band. The cost, $750 for a new marcher. After asking questions about what the $750 covers, a big chunk of it is bus transportation to and from competitions. As our season rolled on, a friend with a student in athletics brought to my attention that athletes don't pay nearly as much as marching band students to participate, and one of the large items covered for athletes is bus transportation. I spoke to our band director about this and was informed that the music department has been working on how to get transportation fees covered for a while, but that these things take time. So I'm here today in support of amendments 11 and 13, which would reallocate some of the funds already in the proposed budget for FY27 to music student and team travel and co-curricular transportation, so more students can get much needed relief from the burden of rising transportation costs in our county. Marching band and other co-curricular activities should be accessible to all students. And quickly on Amendment 12, reallocating already included funds from the FY27 budget to K-5 music classes and 6-12 music elective base budgets for repairs to equipment and materials of instruction is a no-brainer. Fine arts matter, music matters, access to music matters. Music is a vital, transformative tool in underserved communities, fostering social connection, emotional healing, and cognitive development while amplifying marginalized voices. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christina Corona. I'm an educator in the county for 24 years and currently serve as president of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. We're very glad to see that even in a tough budgetary year, that an amendment has been submitted to increase the employee COLA to 3%, allowing our salaries to keep up with inflation. It's great to know that we have board members willing to ask for what our schools deserve. Right now, this economy is working very well for those at the top who are making the most. However, educators, along with the great majority of working people, are experiencing an affordability crisis. With the rising costs of basic necessities such as electricity and groceries, paychecks are stretched thin. And while this is true for our Unit 1 employees, it is even truer for our education support professionals. Our ESPs are essential workers who make sure we have safe, welcoming, and well-run school systems, and they too deserve a living wage. Now, while we're glad to see an amendment for an increased COLA, we would have liked to see some additional amendments to increase other aspects of compensation. Please know that we're going to keep advocating for what all of our educators deserve to ensure everyone is fairly compensated for all the work they do in and out of the classroom. We know that passing this COLA amendment will make the school board budget request an even greater ask of the county. Despite this, I urge every one of you to vote in favor of it, to make clear to educators that you will fight for what we deserve. And as I have said before, TAC will stand with you to advocate to our county executive and county council to fund this budget request. Educators have already started our advocacy. We showed up in the largest numbers across all 8 town halls to testify in support of the school system's needs already. We will continue to show up in partnership with you to ensure we have the funding not only for the increased salaries, but also the increased staffing that's in this budget request. This very necessary staffing will make educator workloads more manageable and will ensure our students get the individualized attention and support they too deserve in order to reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, Will Johnson. Nope. Shauna Reichel.
Good evening. My name is Shauna Reichel, and I am in my 11th year proudly serving Anne Arundel County Public Schools as a social worker. As a related service provider and part of the student services team, I work side by side with special education staff along with temporary supports assistants to ensure our students receive the academic, behavioral, and emotional supports they need to thrive. Every day I work with students who are facing challenges that extend far beyond academics. Many come to school carrying invisible burdens, emotional stress, uncertainty, and obstacles that would be difficult for any adult to manage. They show up each day doing their best to focus, engage, and to succeed, even when their circumstances make that incredibly hard. And despite those challenges, they continue to try, and they need us to be at our best. Behind each of those students is a team of adults who care deeply and give everything they have. But that team is stretched thin. Caseloads continue to rise. Vacancies remain unfilled. The work is no longer just busy, it is overwhelming. And when the adults are stretched beyond capacity, the students feel it too. Tonight, I stand before you in support of amendments to include a higher COLA for Unit 1 employees, increased pay for TSAs, and the addition of more special education and student service positions. A higher COLA is an acknowledgement that the professionals serving our children deserve to live and work in the community they support. It is a statement that we value their expertise, their compassion, and their commitment enough to ensure they can remain here. Increasing pay for TSAs is especially urgent. They are there for the most vulnerable learners, and yet many struggle to make ends meet. When we lose TSAs, we lose consistency for students who depend on it the most. And when we invest in more special education and student service positions, we move from reacting to crises to truly preventing them. Thank you.
Okay, we're good. All right, thank you.
Hi, it's me from before. I want to rise in support of the budget in general and the amendments that would add an additional 1% COLA increase for educators and add funding for music extracurriculars. I grew up in South County, and one of the reasons my partner and I chose to move home to Anne Arundel County a few years ago is we knew we could send our kids to good public schools. But schools are only as good as their educators, and if salaries don't rise with the cost of living, we'll push excellent educators out of the profession. This last year, my grocery bill is up about 30%. My BG&E bill feels like it's up about 300%. But even if the amendment is passed, the cost of living for educators in this budget will be just 3%. And as the theater kid, a former theater kid, and the spouse of a former band kid, I'm incredibly aware of how arts programs can positively impact kids' achievement, confidence, and graduation rates. Those programs are the reason that many kids come to school every day, and they are woefully starved for funding. So I'm really glad that Board Member Schalheim introduced an amendment to increase funding for those programs, and I hope you support it. I want to recognize a couple other things the budget does well. It would help us take a step towards the recommended ratio of counselors to students, adding 2 more plus a psychologist, a social worker, and a pupil personnel worker. And I hope that some of that support comes to Annapolis High, where it's especially needed. And with our mega federal government slashing services to special education students, the budget increases staffing and a modest pay increase for special education paraprofessionals who do some of the most important work in our school system, although it's not enough. We've seen our achievement go up under Superintendent Bedell because we're investing in what research shows works. Research shows paying teachers more works. Research shows investing in the arts works. Research shows investing in counselors works. And research shows that investing in early intervention for special education works. When we invest money in these things, we make it back. I know it's painfully nerdy to have a favorite philosopher, but mine is a guy named John Dewey, who once said, "What the best and wisest parent wants for his child, that we must want for all the children of the community. Anything else is unlovely and left unchecked destroys our democracy." I think that's another way of saying we have to love our public schools like we love our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Jennifer Grief. You're back up.
In case you forgot who I am. Good evening, board members and Dr. Bedell. My name is Jennifer Grief. I'm here tonight as a marching band parent and not on behalf of any organization I may or may not be a member of. I'm speaking on agenda item 6.12, gate receipts. As I have already stated tonight, I'm a very proud member of the marching band community. My sophomore not only participates in the marching band, but also pep band during basketball season. I've never really given much thought to what gate receipts fund or where that money goes. Having now read the athletics handbook, the student activity funds manual, policy on school activity funds management, and the regulation on classification of fund balances regarding gate receipts and how 50% of those monies brought in get dispersed to the athletics department only, I find the current arrangement to be inequitable. Marching bands from all high schools are required to be at every home football game. We also have pep bands that represent their school at every home basketball game in the winter season. With those groups being in attendance, why aren't they receiving a portion of the gate receipts brought in from these athletic events? Money brought in and dispersed more equitably would once again help with music education's bottom line of exploding prices for sheet music, instrumental supplies and repairs, materials of instruction, etc. I'm happy to hear that this topic is up for discussion and look forward to seeing where this takes us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up is Christy Galano, Aaron Mall, and Emily Mack. First up is Christy.
Hi, I'm Christy Juliana, a county high school math teacher and representative on the District Safe and Orderly Schools Committee that's meeting next Thursday, where I'm looking forward to working out solutions to concerns teachers have when addressing student behavior in classrooms. Sometimes students make choices that lead them to being sent out of the classroom for disrupting the learning environment or engaging in argumentative or physical misconduct with another student or the teacher. Students cannot learn and teachers cannot teach in such environments, as these environments are considered unsafe or disorderly. So teachers have to contact home, write referrals, and help the students understand the limits of their behavioral choices and how their choices affect the class learning environment. Unfortunately, as a result, some students feel the teacher is picking on them when we're really just trying to help them understand their limits and consequences of their actions in order to maintain a safe and productive learning environment. Crucial conversations between the teacher and acting out student frequently get overlooked, and the student-teacher relationship is harmed in the process. As a result, the students may feel like they don't belong in the class and cannot learn or grow due to this incident that was not resolved, that resulted in their removal from class. It's very important administrators talk with teachers first before assigning consequences and allowing students back into the classroom without some type of restorative circle in extreme cases, so the student and teacher can say how they feel to move forward once the student returns to the classroom. Perhaps there could be a box on the referral the teacher can check so the administrator talks to the teacher in person about the incident before processing the referral to see if a restorative circle, which we are trained on according to the blueprint this year. We know there will be disagreements, and we need to do better to repair and foster these relationships so everyone can move past incidences and feel heard and understood. I look forward to working with the committee on some solutions to this matter. Thank you, and I'll see some of you maybe next Thursday.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Bedell, members of the board. My name is Aaron Mall, and I'm an English teacher at Seven Run High School. I am going to be your favorite speaker tonight because I'm going to give you a proposal that public officers such as yourselves never get: an opportunity to make teachers happy, avoid any impact on the good running of our school with a price tag of $0. In fact, the district might save a little bit of money. Earlier this year, Dr. Bedell lobbied for a change to state law, allowing us to rearrange our calendar, converting 2 early release days at the end of every quarter to 1 full day of school and 1 student release day. This full day off for students provides time for teachers to complete their gradebook duties and ensure accurate student records. It is a day for teachers to work alone on their school-issued laptops. These days are a prime opportunity for teachers to telework off-site at a place of their choosing, rather than coming into an empty school and taking up space, doing something that could effectively be done on the couch or at a coffee shop. These days are for grades only. They cannot be used for meetings, trainings, or other collaborative work. They require only that a teacher has access to PowerSchool, Canvas, and their email. Allowing teachers to choose their work location on these few days per year would be a welcome break from the commute. I can grade just as well in my jammies as I can in my classroom. This board can create this policy allowing teachers to telework on grading days right now. Spend no money, give a boost to teacher morale. If this idea seems a little scary, because change is always scary, rest assured this has been tested and it works great. My school, Seven Run High School, had some construction happening during our last teacher workday in January, and our principal allowed teachers to work from a location of their choice. Guess what happened? Grades got done. Teachers did the work in a professional way, and there was no impact on the function of the school. This issue is an easy win, has no downside. My union is promoting this policy to ease the experience of teachers, and I appreciate their support. I want to feel the same support from the Board of Education. Dr. Bedell has said you're putting people over programs, but if you don't implement this simple change, you're putting process over people. Please take action to invest in the staff and schools we all deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Mack, Rebecca Balcom, Robbie, I'm not going to mess that up, Pelamari.
Good evening, Dr. Bedell, Board President Dent, and members of the board. My name is Emily Mock, and I'm a teacher at Old Mill High School. I'm here tonight to speak about the impact of inequitable assignments on myself and other Unit 1 staff. I want to start by saying I love my job. Without going into too much personal detail, this job has saved my life. There have been mornings where the only reason I'm able to get up is because I know I get to see my kids. And I implore you to please believe me when I say that I wouldn't trade this job for anything. But I also ask that you please hear me when I say that we need your help. I never thought that there would come a day where I'd rather stay home, or days where I would cry on my way to work or during my planning period, where I would need to stay at school until 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night, working a 12 or a 13-hour day in the building just to be able to give my students a lesson that they deserve. This year, I teach 4 different courses, from co-taught to IB college level courses. For co-taught classes, this means that extra time is needed to review IEPs, differentiate materials, and coordinate all of those with my co-teacher. For my IB courses, the curriculum has 2 different content requirements depending on the program pathway, which doubles the workload for just 1 class period. And because I care about the social and emotional well-being of my students, I am also a club sponsor. With teaching 4 different courses, there is never enough time in a school day to update grades, develop lessons that reach all my students, or foster relationships with these students. So I have to prioritize planning, differentiating lessons, and anything that involves others during the school day, and I grade papers and plan IB after school. I often find that I have to choose between eating lunch, preparing materials, or helping colleagues. This is not sustainable, and I know that this problem is not without solutions, and that my union is behind me in identifying ways to make my working conditions better, but I don't feel that same support from the board as of yet. You have said you are putting people over programs, and you want us to come speak to you directly as members of the board, so I hope that my perspective has provided some insight as to what your teachers are facing.
Please wrap up.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rebecca Baucom, and I am a special education teacher. I'm speaking today about the need for clearer, faster pathways for behavioral referrals and suspensions when students are showing serious and persistent needs. In every school, there are students whose behavior is a signal that something deeper is going on. These are not occasional disruptions. They are patterns of aggression, extreme emotional distress, and ongoing behaviors that interfere with learning and safety for everyone in the room. Just last week in the 8th grade math class that I co-teach, a student became upset and threw a desk at me. I was standing behind another desk when it hit, and the impact left a bruise across my stomach. The same student had been escalating throughout the class, throwing pencils, ripping up papers, not doing any work. Each time support responded, he was spoken to and brought right back into the room. No one asked the teacher for input before he was returned, and no one followed up with me after I was heard. He did not receive a suspension for that incident, and later that day was involved in multiple fights with other students, which he did get suspended for. Behavioral referrals are not about punishment or pushing students out. They are about recognizing when a student needs a higher level of intervention and support. A timely referral can lead to assessments, mental health services, and targeted plans that address the root of the problem. Without that, the cycle continues. The student struggles, the classroom is disrupted, and learning is lost for everyone. At the same time, there has to be clear safety expectations. When a student is removed, they should not be returned to class without talking to the teacher first. And when a staff member is attacked, there should be an immediate, consistent response that allows time to put proper supports in place. This is about doing right by students in crisis and also protecting the learning environment for everyone else. Both matter and both deserve attention. There is a solution, and I know, like we've all said, that the union is behind us. I'm asking the board to strengthen guidance around behavioral referrals, include teacher voice in reentry decisions, got one sentence left, and ensure serious incidents are met with clear, immediate responses that keep classrooms safe. This response helps us create the schools we all deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Bedell, members of the board, friends. My name is Ravi Pillalamari from Annapolis High School. 2 years ago, Ms. McFarland said to us at a tech event that we were the ones who knew what was going on in schools every day, and we should have more say in how things are done. Since then, I've wondered how it would be to be involved in decisions that affect me and my students daily. I served on the Joint Committee on Safe and Orderly Schools a couple of years ago, and it's a model of collaboration that we should enhance and replicate in other areas. We could have one for workload. It would have caught the stealth workload increase of making sure Canvas talks to PowerSchool. There could be one for curriculum. There used to be one. That's just 2. I served on the committee once, like I said. At the final meeting that year, we were told that this board was interested in our input on a new cell phone policy. It was remarkable, and I haven't forgotten it. The high school policy we have now is very similar to what we discussed in the committee. But is it working? My principal asks us for input fairly regularly, but is this a system-wide practice? Is the committee looking at those results? How is the work of the committee publicized? It feels too much like luck to me. I was in the right place at the right time on the only joint committee, and we were asked for input about something I could speak to. More opportunities like this are needed for more educators. We need closer collaboration between the people making decisions and those of us who live with the outcomes. This is also a retention move. Educator input in system-wide decision-making addresses the autonomy that I and many educators would like. In a complex system, decisions are often made by teams rather than individuals, and we can and should be on the team.
Thank you. Next up is Sarah Gillen, Kristen Luktik, and Elena Sermanoff. First up is Sarah Gillen. Nope.
Good evening, Dr. Bedell and members of the board. My name is Kristen Lukatich, and I'm a teacher at Deal Elementary. I'm here to speak about the urgent need to protect elementary planning time. At the elementary level, we already operate with less planning time than our middle and high school colleagues. Yet we are responsible for more instructional blocks in a single day. In one classroom, a teacher may deliver CKLA, Reveal Math, Science, Social Studies, often 8 distinct instructional segments, while also differentiating for a wide range of learners. The level of preparation requires time. Too often, our planning time is not protected. We are repeatedly pulled to cover classes due to staffing shortages. We are asked to attend numerous meetings for data analysis, compliance, and initiatives. While these are important, they come at the expense of the time required to design high-quality instruction. Effective teachers do not simply follow a script. We scaffold lessons. We analyze student data. We modify tasks for struggling learners and extend learning for advanced students. We prepare materials, small group plans, and assessments. None of that happens without our protected time. This also affects our cultural arts teachers who manage their own full-time curriculum while serving every grade level in the building. Their planning time is just as essential. The relationship between classroom teachers and cultural arts staff is symbiotic. Strong collaboration across grade level teams and building leaders depends on shared, uninterrupted time to plan. The third pillar of the Anne Arundel County Public Schools strategic plan is equity. If we are committed to equity, then we must ensure equitable access to planning time across schools and all grade levels. Equity means providing educators with the time necessary to design instruction that allows every student to belong, grow, and succeed. When planning time is consistently reduced, the impact is not on adults, it's on our students. Instruction becomes reactive instead of intentional. Differentiation suffers and collaboration diminishes. If we value strong instruction and true equity, we must protect the time that makes us both possible. When we value our staff, we create the schools we all deserve. Thank you.
Elena Seminoff.
Good evening, President Dent, Vice President Pulliam, members of the board, and Dr. Bedell. My name is Eliana Seminoff, and I am a 7th grader at Chesapeake Bay Middle School. I would like to start off by making it clear that I'm not speaking on behalf of any organizations I may be a part of. Fine arts classes within schools ensure that students have an outlet of creativity. Now, the class of 2031 is being ripped away from those classes due to poor planning. For me personally, the fine arts are my favorite part of the day, are my passion, and have been for many years. I started orchestra in 3rd grade, which gave me an outlet for creativity and gave me many important skills through that class. I've been dancing since I was 2, and I went into middle school thrilled to be able to have a dance class during the day and also join my school's dance company, which I have been a part of for my 2 years now in middle school. Class of 2031 is being taken out of all full-year fine arts classes to take the half-year class of tech ed. This is a problem for many different reasons. Classes for tech ed, especially in the class of 2031, are going to be huge in size, especially in the schools with one tech ed teacher. Along with that, many fine arts teachers in orchestra and dance will most likely have little to no classes with students who are most advanced in that subject. Where will all the band and orchestra students go when they need to build skills to succeed in that class in high school? Students had zero notice beforehand, and 8th graders only have one encore selection, and now they will be taken up by tech ed instead of the fine arts? This is not okay. And me, alongside my peers, are frustrated about what is to come for our future in the arts. Many relationships have been built up between students and teachers within the arts. Acceptance is shown through the arts, and now the class of 2031 will no longer be able to experience this. Many students and parents are more than willing to work alongside you all to create a solution for the class of 2031. I'm sure many passionate students would be willing to take a virtual summer class for tech ed, or would be very grateful for the class of 2031 to get a waiver for this class so they can continue in the arts. I would love to help alongside you all to come up with a solution. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me after this meeting. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you. Once again, I'm going to call Will Johnson. Okay. And last call for Sarah Gillen. All right. That concludes tonight public comments and non-agenda items. Thank you all for listening, and we'll move on with the agenda. Next up is the CRAS report.
Good evening, President Dent, Vice President Pulliam, members of the board, and Dr. Bedell. My name is Jason Seminoff Jr. I'm a proud sophomore at Chesapeake High School. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm honored to serve as the CRAS Secretary of Education. Today, CRAS hosted its first SMOB nominating convention, and it was a huge success. more than 350 students from across AACPS gathered at the Chesapeake Arts Center for an exciting day of campaigning, candidate speeches, and a question and answer session. Our high school delegates participated in an Elections 101 workshop where they learned about the importance of elections and civic engagement. We are especially grateful to the League of Women Voters and the Anne Arundel County Board of Elections for joining us and providing students with the opportunity to register to vote. I also want to give a special shout out to our amazing CRASC advisor, Mrs. Pellegrin, who this event would not have been possible without. Now, for the news you have all been waiting for. But first, a huge congratulations to all of our semifinalists. Each candidate demonstrated outstanding dedication, leadership, and commitment throughout this process. The three finalists advancing to the next stage in the selection process for the Anne Arundel County Student Member of the Board of Education are Stella Chen, Sarah Hamdawi, and Olivia Takash. Congratulations to all of these finalists. For a list of upcoming SMOB events, including the debate, town halls, and Instagram live sessions, please visit aacps.org/CRASC. On Monday, February 16th, CRASC made the most of President's Day by hosting its annual Advocacy Day at the Maryland General Assembly in Annapolis. Student leaders met with 9 Anne Arundel County representatives to advocate for HB 505, Excused Absences for Civic Engagement, and HB 586, County Boards of Library Trustees Student Member. It was exciting to see these bills as we were proud to collaborate with the Anne Arundel County Public Library in 2023 to create this opportunity for students right here in Anne Arundel County. Beginning February 19th through March 12th, our high schools will host their annual voter registration drives in partnership with the League of Women Voters and the Anne Arundel County Board of Elections, who are providing volunteers to support these events. During these drives, students who are at least 16 years old may register to vote in accordance with Maryland law. In preparation, student leaders have participated in training sessions with Ms. Nicole Hill from the Anne Arundel County Board of Elections to ensure each school's registration drive runs smoothly and successfully. Students who are 16 or older should bring a valid government-issued ID or the last 4 digits of their social security number in order to register. For a complete list of dates, times, and locations, please visit aacps.org/CRASC and click on the Student Registration button. Members of CRASC will be attending the annual Maryland Association of Student Councils Convention 2026 in Ocean City. This 3-day overnight event, taking place March 18th through the 20th, will provide students with valuable leadership development opportunities and the chance to connect with peers from across the state. The convention will feature student-led workshops, a motivational keynote speaker, dedicated recreation and networking time, and the official voting session for the 2026-2027 MASC officers. A huge congratulations to the incredible Sia Jane from Severn Run High School, who is running to be the next MASC president. We are so proud of her leadership and representation of Anne Arundel County, and we wish her the very best of luck at the convention. This event offers students a meaningful opportunity to strengthen their leadership skills and engage with peers from across the state, and I am looking forward to it. Check out our full list of upcoming events, join the CRASC Canvas course, and follow us on Instagram at CRASC_online to stay involved and informed. That's all for me. See you next month.
Thank you. Next up, our PTA report.
Hi. Good evening, President Dent, Vice President Pulliam, Dr. Bedell, board members, and guests. My name is Lisa Crittenden. I'm the president of the Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs. Congratulations to our 2025-2026 AACCPTA Reflections Arts Program honorees. A ceremony will be held on March 18th here at the Board of Education to recognize our wonderful student artists. We wish them the best of luck as they compete in the Free State PTA Reflections Program. Yesterday, I participated in the PTA Advocacy Day with Free State PTA. Their priority bills are HB 1057, Artificial Intelligence Ready Schools Act, HB 704, Community Eligibility Provision Expansion Program, and HB 189, which is the Public Middle, High, and Charter Schools Start Time for Instructions. Of course, this last bill is already in place here in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. A little reminder for all PTA presidents and treasurers to make sure your financial training has been updated for this fiscal year. as required. Free State PTA is offering training sessions on February 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, and March 10th, 11th, and 12th at various times, which gives them lots of opportunities for this training. An email was sent out to all the local PTA officers with a sign-up link, but it's also available on their website, which is fspta.org/upcoming trainings. So the next State of Maryland filing is due April 15th. So this is a good opportunity to go over what is required and hopefully accomplish that task. Because of the President's Day holiday this month, our next AACC PTA virtual meeting is on Monday, February 23rd at 6:30. And then for the March meeting, we'll go back to our regular third Monday of the month meeting schedule. Please make sure all your PTAs know that they can reach out to us for support, either through our GiveBacks page, which is aaccpta.givebacks.com, or by emailing us at info@aaccpta.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is our CAC report.
Good evening, Dr. Bedell, board members. Good to see you. My name is Michelle Cowell. I'm the chair of the Citizen Advisory Committee, as most of you know. So I'm here to give you a quick update this evening. So I'd like to start off by just showing our members every single time. For those that don't know, we are a board-appointed body, and we have representatives from every school cluster, as well as representatives representing our military families, special education community, and our PTAs. I also like to show a list of those members in the next slide that step up to do some extra work. So these are the folks that agree to serve on cross committees and be liaisons to the other groups that meet within the school system. It's hard to see the highlights, but those that are highlighted are folks that have just given reports in the past couple of meetings. And I just wanted to call out on the bottom of the bulleted list on the right, Ms. Leah Pike. She has joined the Joint Commission on the Opportunity Gap to do that extra work. She's the CAC member on that commission, and I just wanted to thank her publicly for stepping up to do that. So moving on to the work that we've been doing. So for those that don't know, the CAC is directed by the board to review policy, those that they are considering possible updates and revisions to. The way we do it is we educate ourselves, we try to do a little research, we talk and get input from all of us, which represents the entire county, and give that feedback to the board. So the policies we've been spending our time on, I can't tell you a lot of the details, but I can give you just a brief overview. We've been spending time on the academic integrity policy, which was last revised in 2008. And we focused on how we might include the artificial intelligence tools that have developed, how they might be considered in light of academic integrity. Very interesting discussions. We all agree AI is here to stay. They are useful professional and instructional tools. We also agree that to generate AI content and represent it as your own work is academic dishonesty. But what we also agree is that it's not so simple that we can just include it treat it like plagiarism. It's a little bit more complicated than that. So we did some research. Hopefully the board will appreciate some of the input. We looked at other guidelines that have been developed and other policies to look at how this might be handled in light of academic integrity. One interesting idea was a framework for teacher communication to students on AI use for a particular assignment or project. So hopefully the board will find some of that feedback useful. And then our latest meeting, we talked about student use of social media, JCCC, last revised in 2017. And quickly, our conversations focused on updating the technology since then and the language. The social media platforms have changed a lot. They're no longer a simple networking platforms. And so we talked about that. We talked about the meaning of location when we are all constantly connected and can update social media at any point in time. And then we also talked about the line between protected student speech and disruption to the school system. So very complicated conversations, and hopefully that feedback will be useful. So I'll just end with that, telling you our next meeting is in person here on March 9th. We don't typically meet in April, and then we'll have our final normal meeting for the year on May 11th. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next up is our Budget Committee report.
Thank you, Madam President. The Budget Committee met yesterday at noon and essentially went over the process we will go through this evening as amendments are introduced and the board deliberates on the budget. And we are holding for a next meeting, possibly May 5th, should it be needed, to discuss what emerges May 1st when the county executive delivers his budget to the county council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up is President's report. That will be mine. All right. On February 7th, the district hosted the statewide Gifting and Talent event at Crofton High School. The event was well attended and it showcased the incredible range of talent in our district and the intentional work our educators do to challenge and support students at every level. It's always encouraging to see students recognized and celebrated for their academic growth and creativity. Congratulations to all the staff, faculty, and parents for supporting this inspiring but brilliant, gifted, and talented minds. And I just say this event was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. It was probably the coldest day that we've had this year. The winds was blowing at 60 miles an hour, and people from all over the state still came just to say thank you to all of the teachers and students that have participated in this program. So for me, it was very much an eye-opener, and I appreciate everyone that took place in making this a successful event. The same day, board members attended the All-County Band and All-County Orchestra event at South River High School. These students earned their place through dedication and discipline, and they were represented at their schools. They represented their schools extremely well. The performances reflected not only the students' excellence, but also the strengths to our music program. And we want to thank all the educators who support them along with their families. So thank you very much. On February the 9th, several of the board members participated in the Citizen Advisory Committee. We especially appreciate all the work that goes into each and every program does for us, but we really want to thank all the hard work that goes on behind our Citizen Advisory Committee. So thank you all very much. These meetings continue to be an important space for listening, learning, and maintaining open communications with our community. I appreciate the thoughtful engagement and the willingness of community members to stay connected to our body of work. Next, I want to take a moment to acknowledge and uplift the AACPS Be Present initiatives, which continues to emphasize the importance of showing up for our students, both literally and figuratively. The Be Present program, led by Andre Dillon, encourages caring adults and community partners to be visible, supportive, and engaged in our schools. It also helps our students feel a sense of belonging, growing, and knowing that they can succeed. But most of all, it gives them a sense of connection. This initiative reflects on the core values we share as a board: the relationships that matters, and the positive adult presence that can make a meaningful difference in a student's school experience. I want to thank the volunteers, mentors, and the community members who are answering the call and being present for our students for consistent and intentional ways. Last but not least, and because I know Dr. Bedell won't mention this, I want to recognize the Office of Mentoring Service and that has established a new award, the Dr. Mark T. Bedell Mentoring Award. So please give him a warm applause. I would like to say thank you to Dr. Bedell for not only having the vision to put this in action, but also that he put the right person in charge of it. And so Dr. Bedell, I would like to say from each one of the mentors and mentees that participate in this program, the Dr. Mark T. Bedell Mentoring Award that will be given to an outstanding mentor each year in your honor. As Dr. Bedell has said many times, mentoring has played a huge part in shaping his life, and we believe that we're the only school district in the states that's offering an Office of Mentoring Service dedicated solely to these efforts. So congratulations to Dr. Bedell. Finally, on February 12th, the district was represented by Ms. Dawn Pulliam at the AARSPA meeting at Renditions Golf Course. Maintaining strong connections with our retired educators remain important. This continued interest, advocacy, and support for public education are valued, and we appreciate the opportunity to stay engaged with those who have dedicated their careers to serving our students. Overall, the past 2 weeks reflect both the breadth of our work as a board, from celebrating student achievements to engaging our community and to reinforcing the importance of presence, partnership, and support. I want to thank all of my fellow board members for this and the staff for continuing to show up and stay engaged and represent the district with care and professionalism. And with that, I am going to turn it over to our student member of the board for a final update.
Thank you, Madam President. Since the past 2 weeks, I've only attended 9 events, which is like crazy because last week I was a legislative page for the General Assembly, and my colleagues here wished, told me I should share some of that because it's a great program. It's a program where, students from all across the state of Maryland, I think it's a little over 100 in total. We had 10 from Anne Arundel County. I can't remember exactly how many which were from AACPS, but we get to pretty much intern on the House floor for delegates and senators. I served alongside AACPS student Amanda Morataya. I will say, to feed the House page versus Senate page, lighthearted rivalry we have, I served on the House side, the Bet side, but in total, I will say, you served 2 non-consecutive weeks. I forgot to mention that. So I served week 5 and week 11. I will say that Senate and House, week 5 and 11 pages are the best. I was, that's not bias either. It is bias. Yeah. Okay. But it was really awesome. I think, aside from, I tried to make the most out of it, meeting with delegates and senators. I don't think I got home before 11 o'clock a single day last week. I was, staying out talking. But it was really amazing to serve alongside, like-minded students from across the state. And it was really inspiring to work with these students. So, to Amanda, to all the other pages that I don't know how if they see this or not, but just so the public know, this is an amazing opportunity. So if you are, a junior or below, look into this program, AACPS, private or public, to, uplift civic engagement and get involved in our civic process, the state level.
Thank you very much. Next up is our superintendent report by Dr. Mark Bedell.
Thank you, Madam President. This morning, I had an opportunity before I go into my presentation to start the day off over at Annapolis High School. And what I will tell you all is mentoring it's a big deal. I get more out of it than I do feel that I'm giving in. And I think it's something that just will carry along with these students for years to come. And I hope that what we're doing by providing positive adult advocacy to our kids, that they will then move on to become mentors. I said this over and over again. I'm not here as a superintendent if I didn't have positive adult advocates that came into my life during my journey. And so again, today was just a great day and a great start, and I'm looking forward to continuing to do that. So I did want to just acknowledge that it's a big deal, and it's not something that I'm asking people to do that I'm not willing to do myself. So basically, it's a recruitment call. Help us out with some mentoring. Thank you all. All right, so thank you, Madam President. I want to start with something that we are really proud of, and that's the involvement of our students, staff, and schools in the annual Cool Schools Plunge. I was really excited to be out there on February 5th to support everyone again this year. And no, I did not get into the water. Braden did, but I didn't. We have had so much involvement that our school district was given its own day at the plunge. More than 4,850 plungers raised over $455,000 to benefit Special Olympics Maryland. I want to thank everyone who plunged, donated, or supported in some other way. Thanks also to Jim Smoltz, the Special Olympics Maryland, and Special Olympics Maryland for all that they do. Congratulations to our 6 county schools that earned national awards of merit from Magnet Schools of America, the National Association for Magnet and Theme-Based Schools, Meade High School, which hosts one of our 3 high school international baccalaureate programs, led the way by being named a 2026 Top Magnet School of Excellence. Glen Burnie High School, which hosts the county's lone biomedical allied health magnet program, earned a Magnet School of Excellence Award. 4 schools, Annapolis and Broadneck High Schools, Wally H. Bates Middle School, and the Center of Applied Technology South, earned Magnet School of Distinction honors. Annapolis, Broadneck, and Wally H. Bates each host portions of the Apex Arts Magnet program. Cat South earned the award for its Turning Passions into Professionals theme. Congratulations to all 6 of those schools. We are approaching the end of February, and that means Winter Athletics playoffs. We started off this week with 2 state champions. This just came in yesterday, so we just added it into the superintendent's report. Chesapeake 3A dual meet wrestling and Crofton 4A indoor track. Congratulations to these teams, and I'm sure there are several more to come. And finally, we have a first to celebrate. Glen Burnie High School senior Victor Abadian has become the first high school student in the history of the Achieving the Dream organization to be named a Dream Scholar. Victor, an immigrant from Nigeria, is a dual enrollment student at AACPS and Anne Arundel Community College, and he is just one of just 8 students from the United States and South Africa to earn a Dream Scholarship. Achieving the Dream is an organization dedicated to advancing community colleges as engines of opportunity, belonging, and economic mobility. Victor will take part in an immersive experience in Portland, Oregon next month, during which he will engage with community college leaders from across the country in leadership development opportunities. He will also give a presentation on his personal journey and will receive a financial scholarship to further his education. After graduating this spring with his high school diploma and a certificate in law enforcement and criminal justice from AACC, Victor plans to attend George Washington University, where he hopes to major in political science. Congratulations to Victor. Madam President, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to speak with Victor this morning, and I said, wow, this was such a great award. Congratulations. And he said, Ms. Dent, what are you calling about? I said, this Dream Scholarship. And he said very humbly, oh, it was a lot of people that was behind me to support me. I said, but you should really think about what that really means for you. And he said, I really think about how much work I got to put in to make sure that everything that people expect out of me is actually that I live up to it, right? And I said, how incredible. And I just really thought that not only is he such an impressive young man, he is really so humble that I know that he's going to go a long way. So kudos to him. And thank you all, Dr. Bedell, for continuing to recognize our scholars and their excellence. So thanks, everybody. And with that, we will move on to the next item. So next item is number 5, consent of items, awards of contracts. Do I hear a motion?
Second.
Thank you, Madam President. The superintendent recommends that the Board of Education authorize the award of contracts under consent items 5.01 through 5.06.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. All right. Consensus? All right, good.
Ms. Shawhan?
Bathroom.
Oh. Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
And Ms. Dent? Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next up is item number 6, action items for administrative personnel. Dr. Bedell?
Madam President, we have no action items this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next up is policy revision for our third reading for item 6.02, purchasing procedures, policy DEA.
Thank you, Madam President. we will have Ms. Grace Wilson, who will come up and will take us through this third reading for this policy DEA.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dent, Vice President Pulliam, and members of the board.
I normally do this right on the beginning. The superintendent recommends approval of policy DEA, subject to final correction for style and format.
Thank you, Dr. Bedell. For the record, I'm Grace Wilson, Director of Legislation and Policy. Policy DEA is before you this evening before being finally adopted. As a reminder, in addition to style and formatting, this policy is being updated to create an exemption for contracts awarded as part of emergency procurement and to require that this type of procurement be reported to the board. Additionally, the policy is being updated to increase contract modifications that must be reported to the board from 100,000 to 500,000. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Board members, by show of light, if you have any questions. Okay, I see no questions. Ms. Shawhan.
I move to adopt the policy, taking into account technical and formatting stuff.
Second.
All right, consensus?
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. McFarland,
Aye.
Mr. Morgan,
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam,
She was away.
Ms. Pulliam, Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. McDermott,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, policy revisions for first readers. Item 6.03, executive team, policy GBA.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Policy GBA executive team is before you on first reading before being posted for a 30-day public comment period. At the request of staff, this policy is being updated to reflect current practice, including the process for informing the board of recommendations to staff appointments in Unit 6. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, I see no lights. Next item up is item 6.04, professional staff promotions and appointments, policy GBP.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Policy GBP, professional staff promotions and appointments, is before you on first reading this evening before being posted for a 30-day public comment period. This policy is being recommended for rescission by staff, as staff has proposed a new policy, GCJ and GCJRA, to address salaries in Units 5 and 6, which will also be before you this evening. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have regarding this policy rescission.
All right, no lights. I see next item up is 6.05, salaries, unit 1 through 4, policy GCI.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Policy GCI, salaries units 1 through 4, is before you on first reading this evening before being posted for a 30-day public comment period. This policy and the accompanying regulation are being updated at the request of staff to reflect current practices regarding salary administration for employees in units 1, 2, 3, and 4. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, there are no lights, so we'll move on to policy 6.06, grading, policy II.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Ms. Catalano, our Chief Academic Officer, is going to join me for this policy as well. Policy II grading is before you on first reading this evening before being posted for a 30-day public comment period. The policy and regulation are being reviewed at the request of a board member and at the request of staff to permit the calculation of a student's class rank upon request of the student or their parent and guardian. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Catalano.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson, and good evening, Madam President, Madam Vice President, and members of the board. There are just a few things I want to clarify for the full board and for the public regarding the proposed revisions to this policy. The first is that the proposed revision does continue to decouple class rank from the valedictorian and salutatorian process. There were some comments that we received in written comment, and so I did want to just make sure that I provided that clarification. I know back when class rank was eliminated from the policy, at that time they were coupled and they were decoupled, and this proposed revision continues to have them decoupled. I also want to emphasize that I know when class rank was removed, the conversation did center around mental health. And I do want to take a moment to emphasize that mental health was a very large part of the conversation when we were drafting the language in the proposed revision. And the language really attempts to strike that very delicate balance between protecting students' mental health while not hindering the opportunity for students to do what Ms. Wilson just said, which is request class rank in the event that a student or their family wishes to have it. Which is the third thing I just want to point out, and it's something you heard from some of the public comment this evening. Class rank will not appear anywhere for students. The language simply allows the system to calculate class rank. So it will not appear in Canvas, it will not appear on a transcript, it will not appear in PowerSchool for a student. It is available and is calculated, and if a student or their family wishes to access class rank, then they have the ability to go to a school counselor who would have access to it, or to a school administrator who would have access to it, and they can request that through their school counselor or their school administrator. Thank you.
With that, we'd be happy to take any questions the board may have.
All right, Mr. Silkworth.
So thank you for helping us here this evening. Boy, when I read this, I guess my first comment is someone's listening to some of the concerns that I think have been heard and or put forward by many of the stakeholders in the system. So just a couple things. Change in the syllabus. What I saw was the syllabus. It's a requirement for beginning of a course, and in the past, it always had certain things had to be in there. And from what I read, that didn't seem to be the same. Am I right or wrong about that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Silkworth, can you please just tell me, are you referring to policy or regulation?
I think it's regulation.
Okay, sorry, I just wanted to make sure.
Right.
So in the syllabus, course requirements are yes. So you're talking about the parts of the regulation that are no longer in the regulation?
Right.
Okay, yes, thank you. They will be part of the grading procedurals manual. That's why they're no longer in the regulation.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you speak a little bit about homework and the impact of homework?
Yes. So we had a great conversation about this during policy committee. So homework, in terms of the way it will be part of the grade, will vary depending on the level. It really depends on where it falls within the instructional cycle. So if you think about the instructional cycle, there's some direct instruction. There's opportunities for students to practice based on what they've learned. They receive feedback after that practice, and then there's an assignment after they've received feedback. It depends on where homework falls within that cycle. That determines whether or not homework may or may not be graded.
Right. And could you speak a little bit about any change in terms of quarterly assessments? And how the assessments may impact students' grades?
So at this time, any changes would be reflected in those proposed revisions.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Thank you, Ms. Catalano. I agree with many of the testimony that came out today. I agree with the many students who I've, elevated in town halls in the past 2 weeks. We've been conducting, outreach across the county to get student input on this. And I agree. There is benefit to the competition. There is benefit to scholarship. However, I do believe that the mental health weight of this does weigh concern. And I believe that there is a way that we can balance competition while avoiding catastrophe, while avoiding burnout in our students. And I do not believe that right now where the policy is finds that balance well. However, I believe that in the time until the adoption, the third read on April 22nd, we can meet in the middle. We can, elevate public testimony, hear from everyone. And as I said, I've heard from many students so far and continuing to hear from students, honestly, on the daily about this. And I have other students going out into their communities and hearing from students on the daily. And so, I know that although atypical, I do have a motion at the appropriate time because this conversation to collaborate to meet in the middle should start now.
Thank you. Ms. Pulliam.
Okay, this is a topic that's near and dear to me, especially working in a university for over 23 years. I've seen and worked with students all over the nation, especially and working with students who are first gen, who are just coming up to be the first generation in their families. I've worked with underprivileged children who are also working to find ways to get scholarships into colleges. So I am going to start off with one of the testimonies that actually kind of pulled it all together, and it pulled together from the beginning to where we are today. And the comment read, when AACPS originally passed the policy that did away with the class rank, I fully supported it. At the time, I only had an elementary school child. Last year, when my niece was the first graduating class in AACPS that did not have class rank, I saw how unfair and detrimental this was. Students who worked hard and were at the top of their class couldn't prove it. We rank students in sports, we rank students in music and dance. We should allow students who work the hardest and achieve the highest levels in our schools to receive the same recognition. And then it went in to say, please reinstate class rank. I will also add, as AACPS, Dr. Bedell and his team have done a lot in terms of our students and making AP classes available for all students. Making sure our students are able to test in 9th grade, the pre-test for the SATs. We're moving in all these directions, but our students do not get their Super Bowl, as does our athletes, as does our musicians, as does any of our other areas. And we here are in the very business of education. And this policy will now address the mental health, and with Mr. Morgan and his proposed for future amendment, that will address that. But what I will also tell you is that in public institutions, such as the University of Maryland, I have right here, and this is from the data set, class rank. The very first area which they grade for is academic GPA, application essay, extracurricular activities. Next column that they look at in terms of the application process is class rank and standardized test scores. Now, what we're doing is alleviating that one area. An institution like the University of Maryland has thousands and thousands and thousands of applications. And what we're saying is, guess what? You can be looked at in all these other areas, but not in that one. It's not just the University of Maryland, it's other public institutions. And you'll hear from Ms. Dent about the service academies and our HBCUs. And it's not just the college application, it is the merit scholarship. So what I ask is that my fellow board members think about these students who do not have their Super Bowl,
and need it. That's what I asked tonight. Thank you.
All right. So I was on the board, just for the record, for everyone out there in the audience, for everyone up here, for those at home. I sat on this board when we went through these motions last time around, spring of 2019. And I should preface all this with, within the first year of my sitting on the board, my phone rang more than once, I think about 3 times on a weekend, with the superintendent on the other end of the phone, and he was never calling me to talk about weather. So I'm just going to start there with the mental health aspect. So I was part of these discussions, hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of testimony about this topic. And ultimately, the superintendent wanted to get rid of Val-Sal as a means to removing class rank. And where the board landed was that we would have Val-Sal with a different process, and we would move class rank, predominantly because of student mental health. And so that whole discussion was brought by the SMOB that year, Josie Urrea, in response to the pressure cooker environment at many of our high schools, including Severna Park and Broadneck. Her request had like I said, the support of the superintendent, who wanted to remove Val-Sal as a means to removing class rank. We ultimately decided to keep Val-Sal and remove class rank. And we decided to phase this out over years, because the thought was not to jump this on students midway through their high school years, like this proposes to do ultimately, unless we amend it. The first year without class rank was last year, the class of the academic year 2024-2025. This is the second year without class rank. And so while these things were tied together once and then were decoupled, it doesn't erase the fact that we were tying, and we're trying to do it again, tying part of one's self-worth to a decimal calculated out to the 100th or 1,000th percent. I believe we should look at children more holistically than that. We do celebrate our high achieving students through the Latin honor system, that we honor them at graduation, and the top achievers are with GPAs of 4.3 or higher. This would be a different conversation if we didn't have a weighted system. But if we return class rank, it will heavily impact what students decide to take in order to bolster that one data point, rather than pursuing classes that meet their interests. They should be using this time to dabble. And I'll have a lot more to go during second reader, but I want to leave you all with this. This is one of the testimonies that I heard during that time, and it still lives rent free in my head. So I'll read this, and then I'll be done for the moment. So hi everyone, my name is Reese Barrett, and I'm super excited to speak to all of you on this topic, as this has affected me personally a great deal. I'm currently the top ranking student of Severna Park High School class of 2019, and pending my fourth quarter grades, will graduate as valedictorian. While I'm incredibly proud of this accomplishment, I do not believe that working towards this goal has been truly beneficial to me. In fact, I am actually in full support of Josie's motion to abolish class rank, beginning with current 6th graders, especially at a school as competitive as Severna Park. Becoming valedictorian meant going to extremes. I will graduate with a total of 15 AP or equivalent credits. 6 of these were taken in my junior year, and 6 of these I'm taking this academic year. And remember, this is back in 2018, 2019. With this academic year, I have a 5.0 weighted GPA. All of this is in addition to everything else I consider important in my life. Balancing such strenuous coursework with dance classes 6 days a week, classes at the community college, service work, college applications, clubs at Severna Park, and just being a sister, daughter, and friend is almost impossible. To be completely honest, the only way I'm able to get through this is through extreme time management and sleeping much less than is recommended by doctors. I set my sights on becoming valedictorian early. In fact, it influenced my course selection heavily, starting from freshman year. I chose classes based on their effects on my weighted GPA. This meant that I did not take classes that interested me because I knew it would bring down my rank. I missed out on robotics and speech and debate and piano and aerospace engineering and architecture and creative writing and social issues, all standard or honors classes I would have liked to try. I also chose not to continue my summer internship at Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory through the school year in favor of taking more AP level classes. In other words, the class rank system pressured me to prioritize AP classes over what is truly best for me. I wanted the recognition that came with the title and valedictorian, but I lost the opportunity to use my high school years to explore my academic interests. I limited myself to taking classes my school offered, and I know I was not the only one who did this. In fact, some of my friends who are currently juniors have spoken to me about how they or their friends are taking a full AP course load next year. It is unclear who Severna Park's next valedictorian will be. So many of the top students are taking eight AP classes at once to vie for the spot, hoping it'll get them into the college of their dreams or make their community proud. They and I would have drastically different high school experiences if this system was not in place. We would all have significantly more sleep, significantly less stress, and significantly more time to learn and grow. With the cum laude system, students are not working against each other. Instead, the highest level of recognition is an incredible accomplishment that is achievable without being unhealthy. Education, not competition, is what the school system should prioritize, and eliminating class rank will give more students the opportunity to use their high school years to explore their interests and balance lives. So I'll end with that for the moment. I'm sure there'll be more. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tobin.
Yes, thank you. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I'll probably have more to say as we move on through the reader process for this. But I want to address probably my deepest concern about this. Well, let me start with one thing. I certainly appreciate your comments, Ms. Catalano, about trying to balance this. High schools being what they are, once a student knows their class rank, it will be known. So I think we have to just be honest about that. I appreciate that the intent is for it to be private, but that's not how it's going to work. And once one student finds out, it will continue. So I have that concern. I'll just state that for the record. Here's the other thing, and this is maybe me putting on my old former professor hat. Class rank gives a false sense of precision about grades. Grades are not precise. This is not measuring a swimming heat, right? This is not being able to start a clock and stop it. This depends on so many factors that happen. And I'm sure the educators in the room are all familiar with the book that I think came out somewhere in the early 2000s, maybe in the early 2010s, Doing School. And it was about turning school into a system that students who succeed are simply learning how to game. And that's not education. And in this world, right now, promoting that kind of approach to education, it's not just what we heard from the testimony from back in 2019 that Ms. Schalheim shared, the loss perhaps personally to a student, I fear we risk not preparing our students for what they're going to have to be able to do. Most importantly, in my view, they are going to have to leave school knowing how to learn, knowing what is important to learn, and figuring out who to work with so they can learn it. Because they're going to have to reinvent themselves over and over and over again. And I do think, based on the research I'm aware of, some of which was actually quoted in some testimony from a community member we heard tonight, this is a backward step. This is moving back to a kind of 20th century thinking that I just think is potentially very harmful to our students, not even beyond the mental health issues, and those are significant, but just promoting the idea that this ranking has actual meaning when it really doesn't, when you break it down. And so I need to see more data. I would love to know, how do we know who are the students who applied, for scholarships and didn't get them? What are those things? Because I'm not about putting barriers in front of students. I really am not. But I want to know. I know over half the districts in this country have eliminated class rank. Surely they would not have done it if it caused harm to their students. And so I don't want us to react to what people think this is. I want us to be very clear about what it is, and the need to know where you're ranked is its own issue. Because sometimes you're not going to know where you rank. You're going to have to know internally whether you're doing a good job. And that's what life is going to be. You're not going to spend the rest of your life getting grades. And so any teacher who's ever graded, I hope, will tell you what I will tell you. I can't break it down to the most nth precise element. I really can't. There's always going to be some little subjectivity in there, no matter how strong your rubric, no matter how clear you are, because you're a human evaluating another human. And so I just would urge my colleagues, as we continue to consider this, to really think about what we're promoting here, what we're promoting in our students. I wish somebody could point me to some statement or some research that tells me that there is actual educational value to class rank, because I haven't seen it. Finally, I will say anecdotally, from my own experience teaching in higher ed and colleagues I have worked with in various institutions who've taught in higher ed, it's remarkable how often it is the students who were in the top 10 in their high school class who get to college and fall apart. They're not ready. They've gotten very good at a game. They haven't learned how to learn. They haven't learned how to explore. They haven't learned how to go down a dead end sometimes and figure out that that's where you learn stuff. You learn what you can't do well. And that's as important as learning what you can do well. So I am not about putting barriers in front of students, but neither am I about promoting a false idea. And that's what this is to some extent in my mind, of what success is. And so I hope we will consider these questions as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, before I go to you with your motion, let me just say this. I heard the word decoupling. I heard a lot of words. There's no secret. I'm pro-military. I know you can't believe that. But the military does still look at, I just sat on a board asking for GPAs, asking for class ranks from high schools. So I'm not advocating for one moment that we put this into any child's valedictorian, salutatory, any of the awards, any of the performance evaluations that they would criteria. APs, IBs, all of that's great. But until we reach out to all of our universities, that requires class ranking, and until they make that change, I find it difficult to say, don't put a process in place to where if a child graduates from, or a student graduates from AACPS, they have no means. And everybody don't decide what they're going to do when they graduate high school. I know you can't believe that, but you know, they don't. Some take a year. In Maryland, they have a year of service. And so if they reach back out a year from now, we have no means of being able to help them directionally, whichever they want to go to get their class rank. There are some HBCUs, and I, along with Ms. Pulliam, did some phone calls today just because I wanted to know. I wanted to know if they really still did this. And here in Maryland, 4 of the HBCUs still requires class ranking. So maybe there's another body of work to be done, is to reach out to our colleges and universities and figure out why do they need this information. Maybe they're using an antiquated process, but until that's resolved, I'm just really don't want to create a barrier to applications processes. And the last thing I'll say is I know that we are saying that, and I don't want to muddy the water here, that we don't have access to class ranking. But I'm going to say this again. I just sat on the board, and 12 of the students that I looked at from AACPS had their class ranking. Now, I don't know where they got it from. Maybe they made it up. I didn't go in depth. But I'm going to believe that integrity maintains in our process for selecting students to our military academies. And so they got that from somewhere. And so I just don't know of another way. Now, what I did do is I took it upon myself, and I'm reaching out to West Point because I want to know, why do they need class ranking? And what I got today was just one comment, is that if they don't have class rank, they do move them to looking at their SAT scores. And if they don't have the class rank and they don't have the SAT scores, then they go down to the last 10% of the pile, which is not really good. You're probably not going to get in, right? And so I do think of things like that. And I'm not saying that this isn't a mental health issue. I'm not even saying that give them access to it. What I am advocating for is a way for AACPS to be able to provide that in the event that a student would have to need it. And I thought this is what that policy was going after. I wasn't hearing anything in the policy and anything that I read in the policy that it advocated for those students to be able to be used at for any other reason other than to be able to have access to it. And so if I was wrong about that, then I stand to be corrected. So other than that, I'm going to, Mr. Morgan. Dr. Padel, sorry.
Oh, you want me to go? Okay. So just a couple of things, and I know we'll have opportunity to speak even further into this on second and third reading. But for the record, I was a high school principal in the state of Texas. The state of Texas has over 1,200 school districts, and the top 10% matters in that state even to this day. Simply because 10% of the students are automatically admitted into Texas A&M, Texas Tech, University of Houston, University of North Texas, UT Austin. Now, UT Austin in 24-25, they've actually made it even more rigid. We're only the top 6%. get in automatically. And then you can just go down the list. This rule is still in place, which means that in the state of Texas, if any of our students want to go to a university there, they're going to have to produce this, or it may be some other criteria. So I think for me, I'm not looking to reintroduce it to what it once was. What I'm saying is, as a parent, and I'm a parent of this district, if I want to be able to get my child's class rank because my child is competing for a competitive scholarship, or my child is going to a school where it requires, I don't want to have to go and pull together all of these different pieces when it's something that I should be able to get access as a student and as a parent. And so this is something, while some people are going away from it, there are states that are still very competitive in that. And the only other thing I would say, it does have meaning, or these universities would not be putting it on their applications. So we just have to, I don't want to do is us make decisions that are shutting kids out of opportunity. I think Dr. Tobin said that, that's not what we're here to do, but we also don't want to inflict harm. And I think that there has to be some way that we can do this where it's a happy medium. But I do agree with you. If one kid knows what it is, somebody's going to talk, and that will get out. And I think we have to figure out, okay, what are the guardrails that we could potentially put in place? But I do think that we are stifling opportunities, in my opinion, by not allowing for kids and families that want to be able to access that to have the ability to access it. And I think you had one more comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think also I was listening to your comment about, do we have data on kids who were rejected or didn't get a scholarship because they didn't include it? I don't know that we would ever be able to access that type of data. I often think of this as all of those colleges and universities that are test optional. We're never going to know if a student chose to include their SAT score and that gave them that extra edge or not, or if they didn't include it and it counted against them or for them. I think of this as very similar. If I did really well and I want to have access to it, and there is a spot for it on the Common App. There's a spot for you to include class rank. You can choose to fill in the box, or you can choose to leave it blank. And I don't know that we'll ever know if I chose to include it, did it give me that edge or not? And so I just wanted to add that because I don't know that that's actual quantitative data that we could ever collect.
Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam President. One last comment before I motion to amend. I want it to be clear that I'm not taking a stance. I don't know where I will be and land on April 22nd. I'm not taking a neutral stance, though. I will say that I'm taking an open-minded stance. And, I've heard from many students so far, and I'm so excited for this conversation to continue and to hear from so many more. Different arguments on either sides of class rank or not resonate with me well. And so, this is my amendment is a step in the right direction to ensuring students are, have safeguards and, while still promoting competition. Because students, we see the need. We see students come out here, they want class rank. They talk to me, they want class rank. And yes, there are situations we see in the world where students will feel so overburdened by that number, and they will be overburdened by the number, and they will stress themselves out into sometimes points of catastrophe. But the world should not be that way. And if we do nothing, it will stay that way. And so I believe we need to find a middle ground where we promote competition among students. With that, Madam President, a motion to amend. One more line. Okay. I move to replace class rank may be provided to a student or a student's parent/guardians upon request of these students or students/guardians, end quote, with class rank may be provided to a student or a student's parent/guardians upon joint request of the students and parent/guardians.
Second.
So moved. Second, sorry. Any questions? Yes, it's got 3 up at once, so I just wanted to make sure we was ready to move on. Okay, all right. Ms. Shawheim?
I want to point out for the board and the audience that what the typical process is when we have policies on first reader. It is not, it hasn't been in the almost, I'm in my 8th year on the board, been the board's practice to amend policy on first reader, and there's a reason for that. It's because after you have first reader, the policy goes on the website for a 30-day public comment period. And so I would be against, no matter if I was about this particular amendment or policy or not, it could be a policy on painting the walls a different color. And I would say, let's hold our fire, let's keep our powder dry until second reader to not to circumvent the public and the public's comment. We might have heard from some folks on this already. I guarantee you we haven't heard from but a tiny minuscule percentage of the broader community on this. There's no way we could have, because this was just in policy committee a few weeks ago, and here we are. And so respectfully, I am not going to be supportive of this or any other amendment on first reader. And you can, little foreshadowing, I'm sure I'm going to have an amendment at some point in time during this process. I'm going to wait till after I hear more from the public, despite the fact that this is already a weird place for me to be in, because I'm having to re-adjudicate a policy that I thought we'd put to bed. And it's also the board's policy to support prior board action, or to support board action. I'm the only one up here that was on the board at that time. And so like, it's already strange, even though I think, you know, generally where I am, because we haven't explored other things like percentiles or the simple basic math it would take to figure that out, given how many students stand up when, or that we recognize with summa cum laude or magna cum laude or cum laude at graduations. Like, that's just some simple division, y'all, to figure out where they would be roughly in their class. I also, and then I'll end. We reached out to Congresswoman Sarah Elfreth's office. As you know, if you apply to a service academy, you have to be nominated by a member of Congress. And their office confirmed, their point of contact with the service academies confirmed definitively that class rank is not a requirement and also does not disadvantage students who don't provide it. Howard County and Montgomery County don't have class rank. Key School never offered it, and they've had no problems with students getting in for service academies or getting scholarships. Severn School doesn't offer it, neither does Gungston or Indian Creek. I couldn't find any information about Archbishop Spalding and St. Mary's, which just gives you a little smattering. So I would love to see some data, any data that says that it's required and that there is a disadvantage to a student if they don't provide it. Thank you.
Ms. McFarland?
Thank you. Part of what I wanted to say, Ms. Schoheim, just said, Braden, I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate the intent behind what you are doing. And we had a really great conversation about it. However, I feel at this point, I have not had adequate time to engage with my community, to gather thoughts, to make any decisions on first reader. I may be in a better place further on down the process, but I do want to listen to my community before making any decisions. So I'll be a no today, but I appreciate you bringing it forward.
I'm not sure if I have much else. But I just want to reiterate, this is not where I want to, right, as of right now, I don't see this is where I want to land either. This is a step in the right direction. And, thank you, Ms. McFarland. I just want to say to the students, this is not where I will say it again, this is not where I want to land. There is still time for many different dialogues. This is just a step in the right direction to start the conversation of moving towards a place where we can promote competition and avoid catastrophe.
All right, are there any more discussion? Okay, all right.
Ms. Dent, if I may.
Oh, Mr. Silkworth still has discussion. Mr. Silkworth.
So I just want to have clarification. Mr. Morgan has made a motion And it's been suggested that this board doesn't do that until another reader, third reader. But it's my understanding that he certainly has the right to do so. And if this motion is successful, or if it's not, there's going to be a 30-day reader. The public's going to have the opportunity to weigh in one way or the other. Am I correct?
You are correct, Mr. Silkworth, and I would add that if the policy is amended on second or third reading, there is a mandatory additional public comment period per your board policy on policy making.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So if the policy is amended on second or third meeting, there is a mandated additional 2-week comment period until the next board meeting per your board policy making policy. So there would still be an opportunity for the amended policy to go back out for public comment. May I speak to the amendment, Ms. Dent?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, I just do want to express concern with the nature of your amendment. Our parents and guardians do have educational rights for those students who are under 18, and I would have concerns that your amendment as proposed would infringe upon those rights. And that includes access to student records such as class rank.
Can I ask a question? As how the policy is written now without my amendment, they would still, so a student could still request it and the parent would not know.
Correct.
Could could you clarify on how it could infringe upon, just so I know?
The way you're proposing your amendment would require a joint decision of the student and the parent guardian, correct? If this means the parent or guardian would not have the discretion to request this educational record over the objection of the student.
Okay. Is there So I guess I should have been stated, and I apologize for the public. I apologize for people watching at home. I didn't say, what my intent meant. It was probably very confusing. I'm just saying, language up here. The intent is to make sure that a student cannot request their class rank without their parent being aware. Because I fear, and I've heard that sometimes there would be, say I as a student, I want to see my class rank. I want to enter that race. I believe truly that I want it. But my parent and guardian, they know no. Like, they don't want me to have that. They know. And I understand that there is most likely, even how the policy is written right now, a place where, parents could stop it. But if they don't know, as Michelle said, we can do anything. We can do everything and anything to make sure every single parent knows that class rank is coming back. But many, many times they will not. Parents will not. And so the main intent of my amendment is to ensure that, the parent cannot request class rank for the student and for the parent, and the vice versa. However, I do know that, of course, the parent will have oversight the other way, but especially for the student. And so is there a way to amend the wording to achieve that without infringing upon the rights?
Absolutely, but I would recommend you and I work together during the 30-day public comment period to come up with such language for consideration by the board.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Tobin.
So a couple of things that I'm a little confused about where that leaves us, because it would require Mr. Morgan to determine if he wants to proceed tonight or he wants to move forward. But I guess my other question is maybe to Ms. Wilson, in light of the language Mr. Morgan might be introducing, I mean, I'm presuming we have ways of dealing with students who, well, I guess would be of age to be emancipated, or for some other reason don't have the guardian or parent who would be able to be a part of this. So I just would want to, understand that a little better.
Absolutely. So when it comes to student records, which I would consider part of their educational record to be class rank, we follow policy JHRA, which has to do with student records, which of course follows the student records manual that is at the state level.
Right.
So that outlines who can access a student's record, and that includes students who are married and thus considered emancipated students, parents, guardians, and then of course kinship care and other sorts of guardianship that are not directly laid out in the policy, but of course we consider to be parents and guardians for the purpose of administration.
So the policy would point to that essentially. Okay,
Exactly.
thank you. So that was just an additional question I had. So, but that still leaves me with perhaps where Mr. Morgan wants to go with after the dialogue with you, Ms. Wilson.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Ms. Wilson. And so, again, I think the conversation will get started from at least trying to make the motion. And so, with that, a motion to withdraw.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Pulliam.
Actually, my question aligned with Dr. Tobin's in terms of students that did not have a parent. So thank you very much. Thank you.
And finally, I just want to clear the record. So to Ms. Shawhine comment, my comment was not that Congresswoman Elford or Senator Van Hollen's office may accept any packet. That's a congressional letter of recommendation. My comment is that the United States various military academies does use class rank, and I have the document here to prove it, and that I contacted West Point, and I'm waiting on a response that when a student doesn't have class rank, because depending on which way this goes, we are a military, have 7 military installations in jurisdiction, so we do promote our students and citizens going to military academies. I want to make sure that as I make my decision, that it does no harm. And so the letters of recommendations comes from various aspects, and the congressional members of Congress do those letters every day. And so that has no bearing on the conversation that I was having. So thank you all. Ms. Fulham and then Ms. Shaw.
Yeah, I'm done.
Your time. Ms. Shaw.
I was just stating what information I learned, and what I learned after the point of contact at Congresswoman Elford's office, who deals with all the service academies. He reached out to USNA and to the others, West Point, and that was the response that we were told, that it's not required and that it does not disadvantage students who don't have it. That's all. Thank you.
Right. There's no further comments. I guess, Ms. Wilson, we will wait for the 30-day public comments for the second reader. I think you need to vote on the withdrawal of the motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Thought that was solved. All right, Ms. Howe.
Mr. Morgan moved to withdraw the prior motion to amend. Ms. Shawheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
The public to continue to make as many comments as they want. This is a very important policy, and as you can see, this dialogue is going to continue. So thanks everybody for your input. Next up is policy 6.07, Special Education Citizen Advisory Committee, policy KBD.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Again, for the record, Grace Wilson, Director of Legislation and Policy, Policy KBD, Special Education Citizens Advisory Committee, is before you on first reading before being posted for a 30-day public comment period. This policy was proposed for review at the request of staff to reflect the current organization and practices of the Special Education Citizens Advisory Committee. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, I see no lights. So that means to me, no questions. So thank you. All right, next up is policy adoption of 6.08, salaries for unit 5 and 6, policy GCJ.
Thank you,
Ms.
Ms.
Wilson.
Dent. New policy GCJ is before you before being posted for a 30-day public comment period. This is a new policy and regulation that are proposed at the request of staff to capture the practices for establishing salaries for employees in units 5 and 6. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, I see no lights. That concludes those policies. Yes, it does. All right. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. You got one more? Oh, Jesus, you're up next with the General Assembly. Hey, it's been a long night. I haven't used the bathroom since 5 o'clock, so it's about that time. All right, policy 6.09.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. There are a number of bills and the items of legislation exhibit before you this evening. I would be happy to take any questions you have on the bills or the positions recommended. There are no bills that need a board vote this evening.
Now, thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Ms. Dent.
Enjoy the rest of session.
All right. Next up is item 6.10, the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2027 capital budget and 6-year plan.
Thank you, Madam President. We are ready to get into the budgets. And so we will have Dr. Heiser at first up, and then we will bring Mr. Stansky up. So Mr. Heiser, I'll pass it over to the two of you.
Thank you. For the record, Bill Heiser, Chief Operating Officer, and I'm joined by
Jeff Hagan, Acting Director of Facilities.
we're here this evening to have you review the capital budget and 6-year plan and to approve that. I believe that there are possibly some questions initially, so I'll turn it back over to President Dent.
Okay. The Amendment 1, move to fund a feasibility study for the construction of the new Southern High School.
That's the motion. It's my intent to withdraw.
And did we vote on that? No. Okay.
Amendment number 2, move to add 4,000 for the completion of, 4 million, sorry, it is a late evening. Yeah, so 4 million for the completion of a field house at Chesapeake High School.
Second.
All right, it's been motioned and properly second. Any discussion? Ms. McFarland.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to thank all the students who came out to the county council town halls to testify on this. It was really nice to see our students coming out in force. And so the field house is not only an equity issue that that some of our schools lack, but also it's an accessibility issue and a safety issue. So having a field house gives the opportunity for not only storage equipment, but for shelter in a storm. It also makes bathrooms accessible where they may not be already, which is a problem at Chesapeake High School. So with that, I do urge my colleagues to give this some consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. Okay, I see no more lights. All right, that closes this discussion. Ms. Howe.
Ms. Pulliam moved to add $4 million for completion of a field house at Chesapeake High School. Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right, Ms. Pulliam.
Amendment 3, I move to add 4.8 million for the completion of the field house at Arundel High School.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, Ms. McDermott.
I want to thank my colleagues for consideration of this amendment. Similar to what Ms. McFarland noted, a field house installation at Arundel High School brings equity in two ways. One, it brings Arundel up to par with the many other high schools in the county that already have this feature. And it will be a space that includes a meeting room, lockers, storage, coaching offices, potentially some gym space, and ADA accessible outside storage and bathrooms. Additionally, it would significantly improve safety by providing a covered space for students and spectators. Again, thank you on behalf of the Arundel community for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McDermott.
Ms. Pulliam moved to add 4.8 million for the completion of a field house at Arundel High School. Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Sorry. Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Amendment number 4. I move to add $5.5 million for the completion of a team room and second gym at Southern High School.
Second.
All right, discussion. First up, Ms. Pulliam.
Yes, so I too want to thank my colleagues and those who have gone out and provided testimony, our students and parents, regarding the equity issue at Southern High School. Southern High School is the only school within Anne Arundel County public school system that does not have a second gym and the team room. It is often the last school to receive any type of it's like for like sorry so it's often the last school to receive any other extra benefits, such as the turf field. It was the last school to receive a turf field when other schools were already getting the renewal of their turf field. So I asked for this, and I asked my colleagues for your support on this to help get Southern High School where they need to be, where children can belong, grow, and succeed. Thank you.
Ms. Schallheim.
Of course, I support this. I just had one question about the funding. It's my understanding that part of this funding would come from a Maryland General Assembly member. And do we know how much that funding is, what the timeline is for that?
I have not seen the request for funding. My understanding is that that delegate is asking for full support of this. Don't know if any other board members who've been in touch with that delegate want to speak to that, but that's my understanding.
I just compel that delegate to bring the money. Thank you. Show us the money.
Yes, so Delegate Seth Howard is working on this amendment, and we're working on it. Thank you.
All right, no further comments, no other lights. Ms. Howe.
Ms. Pulliam moved to add 5.5 million for the completion of a team room and second gym at Southern High School. Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right, next up is the superintendent's recommendations for fiscal year 2027 operating budgets.
Excuse me, Ms. Dent. We need a motion on the capital budget as amended.
Oh, thank you.
I make a motion to I move to approve the fiscal year capital budget as amended.
Second.
No discussion. Ms. Howe.
Ms. Schallheim?
Just for clarity, it's the fiscal year 27 capital budget and 6-year CIP.
Yep.
And I.
Ms. McFarland,
Aye.
Mr. Morgan,
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. McDermott,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right, that's it for the capital budget. All right, next up is item 6.11, superintendent's recommendation for fiscal year 2027 operating budget.
Thank you, Madam President. The superintendent recommends approval of the operating budget and any approved adjustments. For this part of the agenda, Matt Stansky is ready and prepared.
There you go. Thanks, Dr. Bedell. Madam President, again, Matt Stansky, Chief Financial Officer for the record. And yeah, we're at this point, so happy to entertain any questions and go through the amendments the board has prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Stansky. Do we have any amendments?
I sure do. So Amendment 1, I move to adjust revenue and expenditures based on the governor's proposed budget. Concentration of poverty decreased by $925,440. College and career readiness increased by $103,356. Workforce development increased by $3,123. And national board certification decreased by $827,492.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, there being none, Ms. Howe.
Ms. Pulliam moved to adjust revenue and expenditures based on the governor's proposed budget. Concentration of poverty decreased by $925,440. College and career readiness increased by $103,356. Workforce development increased by $3,123. And national board certification decreased by $827,492. Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. McFarland,
Aye.
Mr. Morgan,
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. McDermott,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Next, I move to bundle Amendment 2 and Amendment 3.
Second.
Okay, so move to bundle. All right, so Amendment 2, in accordance with the current projections, adjust the request for the county self-insurance, state retirement contribution, and FICA by increasing the budget by $2,600,259. Amendment 3, in accordance with the projected expenses in healthcare fund, increase the budget by $10 million to account for the increased healthcare expenses.
Second.
All right, Ms. Schallheim.
I think we need to vote on the bundling though.
Yeah, so I moved,
We already moved in
just
second
need
and we
to
just need to vote on the
bundle.
bundling.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. McFarland,
Aye.
Mr. Morgan,
Sorry. Aye.
Ms. Pulliam,
aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. McDermott,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Next, I move to bundle amended.
Just.
Now we vote on do we vote on passing or not passing these two amendments?
Okay, so I move to approve Amendment 2.
You don't have to do anything. No, you don't have to do anything. We just have to vote. That's all.
Ms. Howe.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. McFarland,
Aye.
Mr. Morgan,
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. McDermott,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Yes, please.
I move to bundle Amendment 4 and Amendment 5.
Second.
Amendment 4, adjust the department request for utility expenses by $1,772,841 to account for projected expenses. Amendment 5, adjust the department request for transportation contracts by $500,000 to account for projected expenses.
Now we need
I move to approve Amendment 4 and Amendment 5. Oh,
Ms. Howe?
This is a motion on the bundle of amendments 4 and 5. Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
So now we vote. Yes.
Ms. Howe?
I need a,
The motion to,
the
Vote on
motion,
it.
the motion to approve as bundled.
I move to approve the amendments as bundled.
Second.
Ms. Howe?
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Amendment 6, I move to reduce the request for minimum school funding by $3 million based on latest projections.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Howe?
Ms. Pulliam moved to reduce the request for minimum school funding by $3 million based on the latest projections. Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Amendment 7, I move to reallocate 9 teachers and 1 support specialist to 5 assistant principals.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Howe?
Ms. Pulliam moved to reallocate 9 teachers and 1 support specialist to 5 assistant principals. Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Amendment 8, I move to adjust the program enhancement for high school laptops by $2,335,500 to reflect the prices increase.
Second.
I see no lights.
Ms. Schulheim? Sorry, I didn't read it. Ms. Pulliam moved to adjust the program enhancements for high school laptops by $2,335,500 to reflect price increases. Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Amendment 9, I move to add 1% COLA for all employees.
Second.
All right, no discussion. See no lights. Ms. Howe?
Ms. Pulliam moved to add 1% COLA for all employees. Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Amendment 10, I move to increase temporary support assistance compensations to $18 per hour.
Second.
All right, I see no lights. Ms. Howe?
Ms. Pulliam moved to increase temporary support assistance compensation to $18 per hour. Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Amendment 11, I move to decrease the FY27 athletics and student team travel base budget by $176,400. Increase the FY27 music student and team travel base budget by $176,400 to fund up to 4 marching band competitions per year per comprehensive high school.
Second.
Okay, see quite a few lights. All right, I'll start off with, I'm gonna see one, I don't know who is first. I'm gonna start off with Ms. Schulheim. Things start lighting up.
Thank you. Tonight, I asked for your support in taking some small steps towards equity of access, removing barriers from students participating in programs. It's true that for decades, athletics was the only competitive extracurricular experience for students. Competitive marching bands didn't really begin until the 1980s, but what hasn't completely progressed is how we, as a school system, fund extracurriculars. Marching bands are athletic in nature and require the same medical clearance and physical paperwork as athletes do to participate. After a weeks-long band camp consisting of 5 12-hour days, they rehearse 5 to 8 hours per week, attend an average of 5 day-long competitions, all outdoors from August through November, and support their school's football team playing in the stands at every home game, as well as performing during halftime. AACPS marching bands compete against one another, as well as with bands from other LEAs, and many go for state accolades every season. Whether you play tuba or soccer, trombone or lacrosse, or in the drumline or on the football team, not all students vie as one type of extracurricular activity. This is about small, measured steps to lessen barriers to access, recognizing that no student group is more important than another. High fees prevent access and equity. Fees for AACPS marching bands range from $150 per student at South River to $750 per student at Severna Park, all funded by families, in addition to booster and team fundraising each year. A large chunk of these fees go towards transportation. What I am proposing tonight is taking a small step towards equity to begin to lessen the financial burden placed on students and increase access. Right now, today, and as far back as folks can remember, transportation to every athletic meet, playoff, and team state championship for every sport has been 100% funded. Transportation to only one marching band competition per high school per year is funded. According to data provided by Mr. Stansky and his team, the high school athletic transportation budget is currently at $3,555,393. Marching band transportation countywide has a budget of $58,800 per year. And now the math. Using unofficial, now official enrollment numbers for the 25-26 school year and the data provided by Mr. Stansky that 51% of high school students participate in athletics, I calculated that roughly 12,839 students play sports of our 25,174 high school students, some of which we know play multiple seasons. $176,400 divided by 12,839 students equals $13.74 per student per year, not per trip or per season. Athletic boosters and concession sales can absolutely help with fundraising. Still, many times under the fees I mentioned borne by students and families and marching bands at every school. This amendment is a small step towards supporting access to marching band competitions, funding up to 4 marching band competitions per year per high school. No, this won't cover every competition some of our high school marching bands attend, but it's a solid start, and I ask for your support.
Mr. Silkworth?
Thank you, Madam President. I really am struggling with this. There's no one that has supported all of our extracurricular programs any more than I have. That includes music, athletics. I mean, when I went to school in grade 7 through 12 at Brooklyn Park, I participated in the theater. I played the Prince and the Pauper. And that began me on a trajectory in my high school career that I continued to be involved in the theater. I also was a cheerleader. And I've been involved in athletics for the longest time. My issue is not that I am opposed to providing some of the needs. Apparently there are some transportation needs for music, and I am all in favor of doing that, but I'm not in favor of robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm concerned about the impact that a loss of $176,400 would have on the athletic programs. And that's not to say that the other programs are not important. They are as important. So I just, I want to accomplish, I think, what the intent of this is without, as I said, robbing Peter to pay Paul. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Skansky, I have a couple of questions regarding this one because I too am struggling with it. So I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I see in my big beautiful budget binder there is a $229,923 increase to the student and team travel line item for athletics. Could you speak to kind of what that would be for?
Yeah, sure. That's just inflationary increases to maintain the level of transportation services currently offered to our middle and high school athletes.
To maintain, so like
maintain,
okay, so
correct.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
I think, yeah, a recurring theme I think in all of our programs has been transportation and the cost of transportation. Obviously, to stay competitive with driver salaries and in the day-to-day transportation, we've had to increase costs significantly, and it's had a ripple effect on field trips, athletics, other extracurriculars that we use transportation for. But yes, so to answer your question, it is directly related to maintaining existing services.
Okay. Well, maintaining brings up a follow-up question to that. So what would be the impact of stripping away $276,400 of the $230,000 increase just to maintain? Because that's almost 50 million more than the increase just to maintain. So could you know off the top of your head what the impact could be to, yeah, 176 counting this one. If you on 12 would be 100 more, but okay. It's neither here nor there. What would be the impact to taking away anything to the budget that's there to maintain the current transportation?
Right. So, so we have the increase that we're asking the county for that we may or may not get, and then the amendments before you. So a number of things depending on the combination of what comes forward, but we could, one is to reduce the level of service, right? So fewer scrimmages, tournaments, invitationals, similar events like that. There's obviously, we could look at possibly charging a transportation fee if we wanted to maintain that level of service, but did not have the allocation to do so. Obviously, you look to gate receipts, but that's not sustainable in the long term. That could be a short-term stopgap for a year, maybe two, but ultimately, we would have to do one of those things in order to move forward.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Skansky. So that concludes my questions. With those being answered, I don't think I can support something that Mr. Silkworth said greatly, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Right, I'm a big analogy guy. So if we want to look at Peter and Paul some more, oftentimes our athletics and our other extracurriculars, oftentimes athletics are put in a silo. Right, I hear it often from student athletes. I was a student athlete who was uninvolved myself. Student athletes are often felt like the seat that I'm sitting in, the seat that other student leaders sitting across the county are not always there for them. And so I don't really want to honestly, this could start I see this starting conversations about athletics versus other student groups and pitting student groups against each other when, I ran on a promise to unify student groups that often get left unheard. And many times our athletics go unheard. And I fear that this, puts many student athletes, particularly in low income, communities at a big disadvantage. And so I believe I'm going to have to be a strong no tonight for this.
Okay. Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. So I've heard twice reference to robbing Peter to pay Paul. The problem is that both Peter and Paul are our students and we have the same obligations to them. And so what I'm hearing from some of your responses, Mr. Stansky, is yes, there will be a loss of some level of service with regard to transportation for athletics. But what I'm understanding is we already don't have that service for other areas. And we haven't been able to make changes to provide that. And I've said before, I'm very concerned that we not be the ones who, however unintentionally, put our finger on the scale as to where more access lies for students. These extracurriculars are tremendously important. I was at the spectacular all-county concert, orchestra concert a weekend or two ago, and one can see which high schools overwhelmingly the students come from. There simply is not a level of diversity in the orchestra that is reflective of the school system as a whole. I had that experience. I saw it over and over again as a parent at Annapolis High when I attended various arts performances where athletics did reflect that. And that's a wonderful thing. And I don't want to take that away from athletics, but I also, as a board member, can't turn a blind eye to the fact that we have a situation where it's just far more difficult for students of limited means to participate in something like band. And that really goes against a lot of our philosophy. And, you know, I'm sure all the educators among us, the community is well aware of the many, many benefits of all of these different extracurriculars, sports, music, arts, all of them. And so it's not my intention to undermine any one of them. But given the fiscal outlook, the chance of us getting more money for this, particularly to fund the music transportation, is slim to none. And it's not going to change likely based on what we're hearing for at least a few years. And so I believe we have a responsibility to address this as best we can. And make sure that we're not telling a group of students who already have a harder time participating in these things that they're simply going to have to wait until there is a bigger pot. We haven't been able to do it during several flush years. We're not going to be able to do it during some years that are probably going to be less than flush. And so it is unfortunate that budgets being what they are, there are different buckets, and students are in at times different buckets. They always have been based on what they participate in, but they are all our responsibility. And so I feel that I must support this because we owe it to all of our students to do our level best to provide the most access we can and the fewest barriers that we can. And when we see them, we have to respond to them. Thank you.
Ms. McDermott.
Thank you. Mr. Stansky, just kind of a general question. Do we typically have a surplus in the athletics operating budget at the end of the year, or are we usually doing a fourth quarter transfer?
In the operating budget,
Yes.
almost always doing a transfer into the budget.
And can you tell me what some of the reasons for that are?
Transportation
Okay.
is one. Second is usually supplies, so equipment,
Helmets,
helmets,
that sort of thing.
yeah, all
'Cause
of
they have an
all-
expiration to them, right?
Correct. Yep.
Yep. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. McFarland.
Thank you. I think it's an unfortunate situation that we're in right now, that it feels like we have to take from one group for another, but I don't see that as being that being the case. Historically, we have the music families who are spending $150 to $750 for transportation, and then we have sports who are getting the transportation funded. This is a problem that we need to work on. If your child loves sports or your child loves music, they should have access to that to the best of our ability. So I don't see it as sort of pitting one group against another. I think it's a step in the right direction to make sure that whatever your child's passion is, that we support that as a school system. And that it seems, by what Ms. Schoheim said, that even though this looks like a pretty decent, hefty cost, that broken down per family, it's minimal and could also be fundraised through booster programs and things like that, which is what how the music program is functioning. So I am in support of this because I want to move in the right direction to make sure that whatever our students' passions are, that we can fully support them. If they're going to the same games, they should both have transportation provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDermott.
I guess two questions. Ms. McFarland, you brought up good questions for me. Are bands going to games with athletes if they're not at home?
Can I answer that?
Sure. Yeah, anybody.
They don't go to away football games or away basketball games, but they go to competitions. They are competitive. They're all competitive.
Got it. So the frequency by which they are traveling, is that the same as an athlete?
Not even remotely close.
Okay.
So they are the data I received was that within our 14 comprehensive high schools, our marching bands existed, I think all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they attend one competition, which is paid for, up to, I heard 9, and that the average is 4 to 5. So I would guess that the schools that go to one is because they cannot afford to compete against anyone else or go to anything else. And while this doesn't cover all of it, it's teeny tiny money per student. When you take into account the huge amount of students I was speaking of, about 12,839 according to my math, and it would be a huge relief and a burden taken off, and an accessibility doors to accessibility opened for music.
Thank you. And then my last question. Sir, Mr. Stansky, Ms. McFarland brought up boosters and fundraising. Do you happen to have this number? How much of the operating budget is currently offset by athletic boosters and fundraising currently?
Yeah, so any fundraising supplementary to anything. Yeah, so I would say in general, if we're like 3 buckets of music, co-curriculars, athletics, all have different forms of general fund contribution, ticket sale, gate receipt contribution, and booster. But yes, it varies greatly amongst school.
Okay, so we don't have like a lump sum number.
I do not.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Morgan.
Ms. McFarland brought up definitely a couple of good questions. Mr. Skansky, again, it's probably a number I'm not sure if you have or not. I heard the number like 150, I believe, if I remember correctly. How much are marching band families required to pay to be a part of marching band?
So we don't have a district policy or procedure around marching band fees. Those are determined at the school level, depending on, I think obviously what what activities that band at that school want to participate in.
But would there ever be a case where a student is required to pay a lump sum amount of money to participate, or are there any times there are exceptions made at certain schools, if you know?
I do not know. That's really a school level decision.
Okay, that's what I figured. Thank you.
Mr. Silkworth.
Yeah, I think that it would be an individual school kind of thing. In terms of the question about whether bands travel with, like in football and away games, the answer is generally no. However, there are some band directors that have relationships with other band directors in other schools, and they actually will have an evening where, one band does visit the other. When it comes to boosters, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but boosters operate totally separately.
They're independent entities,
They're
correct?
independent of the school system. They have they do a lot of fundraising, and thank goodness for the boosters and all of our activities. They do a lot of fundraising, but they're independent. And at one school, you could have a booster club that could raise 100,000. At another school, maybe the booster club only raises 5,000. At one school, maybe the booster club is really not up and running as it may be at another school. So again, I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. We have a need for music, for band, transportation. I'm all for let's finding whatever we need to make sure that those students are well served now. But I'm just not in favor of doing it this way.
Ms. Shawhine.
If you don't pay the fees, you can't participate in marching band. That's at Chesapeake, South River, Broadneck, Severna Park. These things cost money. They cost a lot of money just to participate. You have the upkeep of instruments. You have the purchasing of the program. You have uniform and cleaning costs. You have transportation, which is a huge ticket item, and like we've said many times tonight, is costs are on the rise. If you cannot if a student cannot pay those fees, they cannot participate in marching band. Then you get what we then see in other parts of our music program, where it doesn't necessarily reflect the county demographics, and then you have schools that have smaller marching bands that go to our marching band exhibition, and nothing else. And then you have some that go all the way to MMBA states or US band states or regionals.
Thank you. Dr. Tobin.
Yeah, I would just like to add two things. One thing I meant to mention earlier, I think we're all aware, and Mr. Silkworth referenced this, that probably the biggest inequity between our schools over which we have absolutely no control are things like the amount of money that PTAs, boosters, and so forth can raise. And whatever gets turned over to those entities for fundraising promotes that inequity. So when we depend on boosters to cover these things, we're essentially saying if you're in a school where the community has the capacity to raise a lot, you will get a lot. If you're in a school that doesn't, you won't. And I just want everybody to understand that. The other thing I want to add to this, just other parts of looking at transportation and music beyond things like transporting bands. I spoke of attending the all-county orchestra. If you want to audition for all-county orchestra, you have to get yourself to the one high school where those auditions occur in any given year. I am not aware of any equivalent in something like athletics where you have to provide your own transportation to go a large distance just to compete at the county level. There is no equivalent in athletics to that. And when I saw, and when I have seen over many years, the high concentration in the all-county orchestras of kids coming from very particular comprehensive schools and the lack of diversity on the stage, it is tied very much to that issue. First, if all auditions are at South River and you are at Glen Burnie and that's your homeschool, you're going to have to get yourself to South River just to audition. So we have kids walking around who probably could audition, but who don't even get a shot. And I said when this was first introduced, for me, this is equivalent to rectifying an issue that Dr. Bedell and his staff have worked on that I think is one of the most important things we've done, which is to remove barriers to all students who want to taking advanced curriculum courses. And we have discovered that we got all these kids walking around who have this ability, who just weren't getting the shot earlier. For me, this is very much the same thing. And it's not right on some level to pull money from any other program to do this, but I don't see what else we can do right now other than to shrug our shoulders and say, gosh darn it, we just don't have the money this year. We know this is a problem, but too bad. We can't do anything about it. This is ultimately, per student, not a lot of money in athletics. I wish it was nothing, but it's relatively small, and it's very small compared to what we're requiring families to come up with in order for students to participate in these other programs. And we're going to have to recognize that deep inequity. And again, I think I personally cannot now close my eyes to it now that I see it. Too much is being lost if we do nothing. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Stansky, the
ma'am.
music budget, operating budget itself. I know last year we requested, I think it was 300K. for the
Yeah,
budget.
roughly around there. Yeah,
Okay.
that was just an increase for instruments. Yeah,
Okay,
repairs.
so
and, yep.
overall though, when is the last time that budget, other than for inflation, when was the last time that we requested an increase prior to that for this budget, or do you know?
I feel like we have at least some sort of request in there. Again, it's usually for instrument repairs and purchase of new instruments. Nothing really in the relation of transportation for marching band. This operating budget, again, we have a $330,000 request for, again, instrument repairs and replacement of instruments. Typically, in not dissimilar to athletics, this district has funded a lot of this through savings in fourth quarter. And what's happened is that funding source has dried up due to reduced vacancies. And so we have a situation now where we have certain activities, not even, there's maintenance of buildings, IT upgrades, a lot we used to be able to do with savings that aren't there anymore. And so some of the reason we're having these issues is because that funding source is dried up and now we're having to litigate them through this process.
Okay, then my follow-up question to this is that for for the music operating budget specifically.
Mhm.
Outside of athletics, I've shared with you and my colleagues that I don't agree with pulling from one line item to put into another line item. Is there a way to put a line item, because I don't think I saw it and I just asked to look at it again, a line item for transportation travel for the music competitions that was in question. And so what is the process for us to be able to do that for student transportation for music?
I mean, yeah, you could proffer an amendment to increase our overall request to the county government and this could be a separate line item.
I'm asking because I want to make sure I didn't miss that there was a line item for student transportation for music.
For as an ask for this next fiscal year, there is not.
Okay, all right. And then my last question on this area is that if for all intended purposes, right, this motion didn't pass and we say, okay, we really want to figure out a way to fund this. Do you have any general thoughts on how we could possibly do that? I know we're just spitballing here, but help me.
Yeah. I mean, it's right. The budget's approaching 1.9 billion, and you're asking me if we could find $176,000, right? And that sounds easy, given what 176,000 is. But I am, I'm not going to put my chart back up, but we have a significant we have a significant shortfall, and so, I don't see much opportunity from my perspective to find other savings in the operating budget to fund an increase to the transportation budget for music. So for me, options are this amendment, which is before you, or offering another amendment later in the meeting to just increase to make a formal request to the county.
For the music budget.
Correct.
Okay. And then I did a couple of things on math. Now I'm pretty decent at math, but here's where my concern is. If I take this from the athletics operating budget, and you've already wanted to increase it by 236,000.
229. Yeah, as a request.
As a request.
Yep.
Right. So how far, I guess the real question is, how do we fund now the athletics operating budget if we start taking from that for student transportation? How do we, because we're creating the same problem in another department. And so I'm concerned that, and maybe Ms. Shawheim or anyone else, you could jump in. I'm really worried about, okay, if I'm already at a deficit of 229 and then I add 176,000 on top of that, I'm going to keep pulling away from that to where I'm going to create the same deficit or the same issue that we're talking about in another department. And so I really do struggle with this wholeheartedly, that the music operating budget, I think, needs some advocacy to the county so that we can increase it. I don't know if this the right direction that we're going in, is taken away from another department in order to make the music budget or shape the budget for the music operating department, just so that we can make sure that there's equity across the board. So I am concerned about that. So I don't have one way or the other, but I'm just not convinced that this is the right path that we want to go on. Okay. And with that, Ms. Shawheim.
The county executive, when we've put in these asks before, over and over and over and over and over again over years, it's always hit the cutting room floor, always has. I would state for the record again that the current transportation budget in athletics is roughly 60 times, in its entirety, 60 times the music team and travel budget, but only 17 times more students participate in athletics than marching band. And these are both, to Dr. Tobin's point, these are both our students. So you have families that are bearing the burden of $150 to $750 a year, most of which is, a large portion of which is transportation, versus another group of our students whose transportation to scrimmages, meets, all competitions, all playoffs, and all team state championships are 100% funded with $0 of impact to any student. That is a wonderful and truly great thing. But if we're talking about all of our students and the importance and the belonging, growing, and succeeding of all of our students, I can't sit here and not advocate for what is a tiny drop in the bucket relative to that $3,555,393 high school transportation budget alone versus $58,800 for another group of students. This is a small step towards equity with very little downside. And we don't know what we can't presuppose what the county executive is going to fund this year off our asks, but I know one thing, he's never funded music asks. Not to my knowledge, not the whole 8 years I've been here. So I just ask for your support, because this little bit of money goes a long way to growing our marching bands in parts of the county that otherwise cannot afford to go to competitions beyond the one that they, and shouldn't those students have that opportunity? Students in North County or South County or West County or any part of the county who would love to do more and just simply can't. So I'm Jewish, but to Dr. Tobin's point, Peter and Paul are both of our students. So I just want to see it as a whole, as redistributing a tiny part of the pie versus the whole pie going to one group of students and little bitty crumbs and parts of the crust going to the other group. And so I just ask for your support. This will still land the transportation budget for athletics at more than 53, I mean, should all these things pass, more than 53 times that of music. 53 times, 17 times more kids. Thank you.
Mr. Sipworth.
Thank you, Madam President. So I've tried to be a good listener. I indicated previously my position about this amendment, and I'm not going to change that. My role as a member of this board is to advocate for the needs. I'm not the funding source. That you've heard me say this many times in the past, and so it's pretty clear, based upon the comments that we've heard, that there is a need for our bands and our music, particularly in terms of transportation. So again, I am not in favor of this particular amendment. However, I understand Dr. Tobin's comment and Ms. Shawhan's comment about Peter and Paul both being our students. So I am prepared at some point in time to offer an amendment to help begin the process of making sure that Peter and Paul are in fact both taken care of.
Ms. Pulliam.
Mr. Stansky, I received I was just looking for the email, but I received an email from a parent that said that all of the transportation is not paid for. When you go out of state and you go to competitions, that's not necessarily the case. Is that, does that?
Are you speaking about athletics?
Athletics.
Yeah. I don't know about out-of-state tournaments or travel. We'd have to go back and look at that. I mean, the one thing I do know that we don't pay for is if an individual student makes a state final, right? Like if you are a cross country runner, your team doesn't make the state finals, but you as the individual made the individual portion of the state finals, you are on the hook to get yourself there, right?
Yeah.
We're not providing transportation.
Yeah.
I can't speak to out of state tournaments.
Okay. Yeah. No, she mentioned that this past year they've had to go to their team had to go to two different out of state competitions.
And they fundraised, or they
the boosters, like they had a fundraise for
Boosters,
it
right.
separately, but that was not something that the school system paid for. So I just want to make sure
Mhm.
like that.
Yeah. So like I said, the entire program of athletics is funded through multiple buckets of money.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So more so in state, the regular season, definitely the school system pays for, and maybe not so much out of state.
Right.
Okay. Got it.
Ms. McFarland?
In regard to that email, if it's the same one that I saw, I'm trying to scramble to try to find it. I don't know if you have it pulled up, but my understanding was that the person was saying that their personal travel to go to the competition was what was not covered. The family had to pay to go to the competition, not necessarily. But look at the email.
Either
and see.
way, either way. Like, so they did not. Yeah. So the parent family. Yeah, I was looking for the email. I just know that the school system did not pay for it.
And I will say too, I don't, this is the DMV, so out of state is in some instances 30 miles. So, so that we could pay for trips to DC or Virginia. I don't,
I just remember when Ms. Schellheim said all the sports travel is paid for. I just remember the email from the one parent that said they've gone to Pennsylvania and they've gone to Virginia and they've gone different places, but that, so yes, you're right. I just was looking for the email.
All right, that concludes the discussion. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Pulliam moved to decrease the FY27 athletics student and team travel base budget by $176,400, increase the FY27 music student and team travel base budget by $176,400 to fund up to 4 marching band competitions per year per comprehensive high school. Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Ms. McFarland.
Aye.
Mr. Morgan.
Nay.
Ms. Pulliam.
Nay.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Ms. McDermott.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Nay.
Ms. Dent.
Nay.
It's 4 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Motion fails.
Amendment 12, decrease the FY27 athletic student and team travel base budget by $100,000. Increase the FY27 K through 5 music classes, 6 through 12 music elective base budget by $100,000. Funds are to be split between the repairs to equipment and materials of instruction line item of the instrument repair and replacement, prioritizing schools with the greatest need, serving students with the least access to music.
Second.
Ms. Schallheim?
All right, here we go. A mountain of research conclusively shows that music education positively affects student outcomes. Again, this is about equity of access, something we talked a lot about last night, and removing of barriers. Again, we've talked over and over about this last night and throughout the time I've been on the board, that keep students from participating in programs. Students who participate in music programs do better in all core academic subjects, outperforming their peers in testing and grades. In fact, students highly engaged in music are, on average, academically over 1 year ahead of their peers, according to studies. Music training also enhances cognitive functions, improves memory, and strengthens problem-solving skills, making it a valuable tool for academic success. Studies have found that children who study music tend to have larger vocabularies and more advanced reading skills than their peers who do not participate in music lessons. Studies also show that music education supports mental health, a focus of this board for as long as I have served. Music education in AACPS begins in pre-K, and students are first offered opportunities to participate in their elementary school strings programs in the 3rd grade and band in 4th grade. In all of our middle and high schools, band and orchestra are offered as electives, in addition to other elective courses such as percussion and guitar at some high schools. While our schools may have some instruments on hand to lend to families who don't have the means to rent or purchase instruments, there is not enough funding to repair our existing inventory of instruments paid for by taxpayer money from our operating budget, which creates barriers to access for students along socioeconomic lines. Every year, students are turned away, essentially excluded, due to lack of instruments. We know the amount needed to repair existing instruments is between $300,000 and $400,000. I am proposing taking a first and important step towards correcting this issue by repairing instruments we already own, focusing on the neediest students first at schools that serve students with the least access to renting or purchasing instruments. No student should be turned away from learning to play an instrument if they want to. School boosters unable to fundraise for their teams and bear 100% of the cost, and should bear 100% of the cost, and 100% of the cost be transferred to students, would equal $7.79 students per student for the entire year, using the same math as described in Amendment 11. $100,000 divided by 12,839 students equals $7.79 per student for the entire year, not per season or trip. And so I ask for your support. I will reiterate again that we have tried over and over and over and over again to lobby the county executive, put it in our budget as an add to our budget items for music year after year after year. And every single time these items hit the cutting room floor, despite our advocacy, despite my advocacy, every single year. I'm asking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. I am in support of this, and I'm reminded of something I discovered in one of the schools in my own district, Mills Parole. The students, there had never been enough money for every kid to have a student, and there was certainly not enough money, therefore, for a student to take an instrument home and practice, which is part of what has to happen. And when it became a community school and they acquired a wonderful community school coordinator, fortunately, they found a local business who supported it. And so now they don't have kids getting up in the middle of their end of season concerts and handing off the instrument to another child because they have to share that instrument, and this business has supported it. But again, we are leaving this to the luck of the draw in certain areas, which means children are essentially at the mercy of what school they're in, whether or not they have somebody who can figure out the money. And so you can be in one school in this district and have a completely different set of opportunities in this area than in another. And Mr. Stansky has already reminded us that for years, in my understanding, we've sort of found this money through the savings when we didn't fill all of our positions. And that's great, but that does not make for a sustainable program. And it certainly, as we're all fond of saying in one way or another, a budget is a statement of values. And we either take action based on what we see, which I certainly truly appreciate what Mr. Sulkworth has said. I have been advocating for years for this. And as Ms. Schalheim has said, the answer has been no. And I have personally reached a point where I can't look those kids in the eye anymore and say, I'm sorry, you don't get to have this opportunity. And it's already that much harder for kids who come from limited means to access things like music instruction. It's really hard. It's expensive. It's hard to find. And therefore, it is all the more important that we have that available to all our students. So we are not directing kids one place or another. We're giving them the opportunity to find out who they are, what they can do, and what they love. And it's not a barrier that comes just because of where they live and what school they're in, and whether or not the community in that school has the means to find money elsewhere. And so I would just urge colleagues one more time to recognize that if we say we're going to advocate with the county council and the county executive this year, I think from everything Mr. Stansky and Mr. Trumbauer and others have told us, we're essentially on an errand that we know is not going to result in anything. And it's going to be one more year, one more year, one more year. So I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Silkworth.
So in its current form, I mean, based upon our previous amendment, its current form where it's saying decrease the FY27 athletics by 100,000, I can't support this. However, I am ready to propose an amendment to this that I could support. I'm suggesting an amendment to this amendment.
So there's no further discussion. So if you would like to, you can make your amendment.
Okay.
And then we'll dispose of the final.
So I propose that we amend this motion to read as follows. Increase the fiscal year 27 K-5 music classes, 612 music collective base budgets by 100,000. Funds are to be split between the repairs to equipment and materials of instruction line items for instrument repair and replacement prioritizing schools with the greatest need, serving students with the least access to musical instruments.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Schalheim.
As we've stated a couple of times now, but I'll say it again just so everyone can hear me again. We have tried to add to the budget over and over and over and over again, and this and a lot of other areas over years, and it's never gone through the county executive. I would always generally support amendments that that with regard to music or the arts or any number of other items. But this, I think, feels like theater to me, and I don't see it going through the county executive. I see it going to the cutting room floor because we're in such tough economic times. This provides a net zero impact to our budget. And again, if the budget is a statement of values, and it is, what we are saying is we value a group of students more, one group of students more than another. That's the only way I can interpret this. Because if we didn't we would spread the pie in a more equitable way And right now we're not. We're actively physically saying, I don't want to do that. You get the whole pie, this other group gets crumbs. You get everything paid for, this other group has to fundraise for all of it, and will turn away students who cannot meet the amount of money required to participate in that particular school's program. So unfortunately, I cannot support this amendment because it doesn't solve the problem. It won't solve the problem. After years of advocacy, I have data that shows it doesn't solve the problem. It'll hit the cutting room floor. Mr. Morgan.
I liked the idea of the amendment. I wanted to, open the dialogue up. That's why I seconded. I wasn't even sure. I'm still not sure how I will, vote on the amendment, but I didn't view it as prioritizing a student group over another. I looked at it as, a way to advocate for one student group without pitting them against and without taking away from another student group that, as Mr. Skansky said, often needs fourth quarter transfers just to maintain and is putting $229,000 just to maintain. So stripping away $100,000 would hurt, one student group to help. So I looked at this as trying to help and advocating to help one student group without hurting another.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mrs. Silkworth.
Well, again, the intent is to make sure that we take care of both Peter and Paul. My job as a member of this board, and I've said it tonight, I'll say it again, is to advocate for the needs. It's been expressed by this board and some of our other stakeholders that there is a need for this. I am proposing an amendment that will allow us to move forward to advocate for transportation and for the needs in music. I am absolutely 100% willing to advocate at the county council level, the county executive, and I can't change what happened in the past, but we can change what happens in the future. So that's where I am.
Ms. McFarland.
I mean, I definitely agree that we need to be advocating for our students, but given that last year a student came to us and came before county council and said, I am personally fixing instruments myself. We need this money, and it did not get funded. I am skeptical that it will get funded this year as well. So that is why I am thankful that there is some creativity in looking at the whole pie and how we can split up that pie a little bit more fairly.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. We've put money in the budget before. We put money in the budget last year. We put the music department put money in the ask this year. All of these departmental asks, all $22,779,629 that in a more flush year might have been net zeroed out had we had, I see Mr. Sansky nodding, had we had the means. These are all asks this year. Do we really believe that he's going to fund a lot of these given the dire situation we're in? I don't. I'm being realistic. So in the absence of lots of advocacy every single year to the county executive specifically, we sit down at the table. I usually bring some board members with me and we talk about the budget. I see him funding things like compensation for teachers and staff over probably all of these. So while we have the money in there, as a realist, I thought, why don't we look inside our base budget at our current statement of values, what we currently provide to all students in co-curriculars, that's next, students in athletics, students in music, students in all of our students in every department, and seeing where the scale is like this and maybe doing just a little bit just a little something that could have a very vast impact on what a student is able to do while they're with us in the school system. By not doing this, we're saying there is one path for you. There's just one, because that's the one that's funded. That's the one that you can do. We're gonna silo you into that path, as opposed to you have a menu. We want you to belong, grow, and succeed. You all have different interests. You want to pick up a trumpet, great, do that. You want to pick up a clarinet, go and do that. You want to be part of our elementary strings and band concerts. We have an extra instrument for you. And I just don't think, based on actual data that we have enough to go around and what we've already purchased with taxpayer money, we haven't replenished at a rate, because we put it in the budget last year. We put it in the budget before that. And then we have this ask that we know is not going to get funded, because I'm being a realist. So I feel like I'm talking till I'm blue in the face. It's a drop in the bucket, y'all. Come on.
Ms. Pulliam.
Okay, Mr. Stansky, you mentioned that we already have an ask for 300, is it roughly 300,000 for music repairs?
330,000 between repairs and purchase of new instruments.
Okay, so so this would be in addition to that 300. So this says, for the repairs, it says the elective, the base budget, it would increase by 100,000.
So based on Mr. Silkworth's amendment, which is what I believe we're discussing at the moment, it would increase that 330,000 ask by 100,000 to 430,000.
Okay. So the one thing I know we keep saying all of sports are paid for, but that's not necessarily true. When we talk about lacrosse, the lacrosse sticks and goggles are not included. The basic high school sticks are $120 to $600 a stick. These cannot be purchased or rented. When we talk about, and that's an expense directly to the family, clear turf shoes, etc., they're not available and they need to be purchased. That's an expense to the family. The uniforms, so I just want to make sure that it's not an all situation. There are sports where there are the extra fees. So I just want to make sure that we're recognizing that. I too believe that every student should have an opportunity to do whatever their interests are, just not this pathway. But these parents are out there across the co-curriculars, across the music and sports. They're out there working they're out there working nights for each sport. Some parents have to work at the concession stand for 2 or 3 nights, depending if their student is playing 2 or 3 sports. So I want to make sure that we're really looking at it as no sport is 100% free. Nothing is 100% free, because if that were the case, we wouldn't have the boosters. We wouldn't have the fundraising activities that we're always being bombarded with. So, but I do see this as a lack, an area that we do need to deal with. So but again, I just want to be sure that sports do not have 100% free charges. Thank you.
Ms. Shawhai.
I'm not talking about every last part of what goes into funding a particular sport. I'm talking solely and only about transportation. Transportation, again, is paid for at 100% for scrimmages, for meets, for all competitions, playoffs, and states for team sports. And if I said that incorrectly, please correct me. No.
No.
And another group of students, and again for co-curriculars as well, almost all of that is not paid for. One competition, now I know we'd already disposed of that amendment, but only one competition is paid for. So tell me how that's equity. Tell me how that's not erecting barriers to access. I'm trying to eliminate them where we can. We can do it within the base budget. It doesn't go to the county executive. It doesn't go to the county council. It's within our base budget, which we have full control over. And if not now, when? The year I'm off the board? Great. You know, like, how many years does it take to like make little small movements towards equity?
Mr. Silkworth.
Well, very briefly, I am just trying to provide with my amendment a pathway to help find a solution, at least begin the process of finding a solution to the needs that have been expressed. I've indicated earlier if my amendment were to pass, then I could support the amended Amendment 12. Other than that, I cannot. And I hear the pessimism, the skepticism, but my job, again, is to advocate, and I'm going to continue to do that. I'm going to advocate for these needs. I can't change what happened in the past, but if we don't advocate for these needs, there's no chance that we're going to get it. So.
All right, that closes the discussion.
Mr. Silkworth moved to amend Amendment 12 to read, increase the FY27 K through 5 music classes and 6 through 12 music elective base budget by $100,000. Funds are to be split between the repairs to equipment and music materials of instruction line items for instrument repair and replacement, prioritizing schools with the greatest need, serving students with the least access to musical instruments. Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. McFarland?
Nay.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
5-3, motion passes.
Amendment 13.
No.
We got to do a full amendment now.
Yeah. Got to finish up 12. Ms. Howell. The original one.
Amendment 12. I'm
As
confused.
amendment.
Ms. Pulliam moved to decrease the FY27 athletic student and team travel base budget to $100,000. Increase the FY27 K through 5 music classes and 6 through 12 music elective base budgets by $100,000. Funds are to be split between the repairs to equipment and materials of instruction line items for instrument repair and replacement, prioritizing schools with the greatest need, serving students with the least access to musical instruments. Ms. Schallheim?
Question. My amendment passed 5-3.
Right.
So what I heard was that you included decrease the fiscal year 27. That was not in my amendment. My amendment started with increase the fiscal year 27 K-5 music classes. The whole point in this was I could support requesting this increase to help music without robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Just need to repeat the amendment again.
Gotcha. Sorry. So this is the amendment,
Amendment 12. as
approval of,
amended.
approval of Amendment 12 as amended, which is to, Increase the FY27 K through 5 music classes 6 through 12 music elective base budget by $100,000. Funds are to be split between the repairs to equipment and materials of instruction line items for instrument repair and replacement, prioritizing schools with the greatest needs, serving students with the least access to musical instruments. Ms. Schalheim.
I think this is theater now.
Nay.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
And Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1. No, 7-1.
Amendment 13. I move to decrease the FY27 athletic interscholastic athletic supplies base budget by $150,000. Increase the FY27 co-curricular transportation base budget by $150,000 to fund co-curricular needs, including dance, drama, robotics, mock trial, and Model UN.
Second.
All right, Ms. Schalheim.
Again, this is about equity of access and removing barriers, something I think we all support, right? Keeping students from participating in programs. Fees are required by some clubs, school field trips, and all extra and co-curricular activities such as robotics, mock trial, and Model UN, 100% funded by families or team fundraising. Similar to the plea I made both amendments ago, I want to make some steps towards equity of opportunity and decreasing barriers to access. This money would go a huge way towards equity. I ask for your support.
Okay, I see no more lights. Ms. Howe.
Ms. Pulliam moved to decrease the FY27 athletic scholarship interscholastic athletic supplies base budget by $150,000. Increase the FY27 co-curricular transportation base budget to $150,000 to fund co-curricular needs, including dance, drama, robotics, mock trial, and Model UN. Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Ms. McFarland.
Aye.
Mr. Morgan.
Nay.
Ms. Pulliam.
Nay.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Ms. McDermott.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Nay.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
5-3, motion passes.
Amendment 14. I move to add $90,090 for an FTE for Southern High School Ag and Natural Resource Educator and $25,000 for renovation of the Southern High School greenhouse.
Second.
Ms. Schalheim.
So I have a question about this one, similar to what we spoke about last budget cycle, where I motioned for some staff in a particular area. I think you all know which one that was. And was told, no, we can't, we really shouldn't do that because staffing and staffing allocations are set by the superintendent. Does the same hold true for the portion of this amendment that represents for the FTE?
Yep. So I will try to repeat the answer I gave last year, which is staffing and FTE allocations are under the purview of the superintendent. Certainly, he will take that, and he can speak for himself. He would take that into consideration. He would take a board amendment or council amendment resolution into consideration when determining how to allocate FTEs.
Okay. So last year it failed because a lot of us did not want to step on Dr. Bedell's toes with regard to staffing, how he staffs, who he staffs, to what if it's at a full-time position if it's part-time or whatever. So I'm going to offer an amendment at the appropriate time to this amendment.
I see no more lights. The appropriate time is now.
All right. I would like to keep the portion of this amendment that funds the renovation for the Southern High School greenhouse and remove the rest of the amendment. So this, it would change the amendment, looking at this from, it would just state, add $25,000 for the renovation of Southern High School's greenhouse.
Second.
Ms. McFarland.
I just have a question. So that part of the amendment, would the renovation of the greenhouse fall under the capital budget and not the
That's
operating?
great. Yeah, so that's a great question. What we believe is planned or is needed for the greenhouse would not be sort of major structural that would require capital. I will, just for the board's knowledge, there is a state category in the operating budget called capital outlay, which you can do major construction in. But for this $25,000, it's budgeted in the maintenance of plant state category, which is more minor upgrades, repairs, things like that.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no more lights. Ms. Pulley?
Sorry about that. It is late. So that halftime, it is to take a halftime position to a full-time position. But again, it is under the purview of the superintendent. So it was also a part of the county executive's request to give him a proposed budget in terms of expanding the Southern High School Ag and Natural Resources Program. So that's why I put that in there.
Okay, I see no more comments. Let's, Ms. Shawhine's motion is still out there. Amendment motion.
Amendment was
Amended.
moved and seconded.
Ms. Howe?
Ms. Shawhine moved to amend Amendment 14 to add $25,000 for renovations of the Southern High School greenhouse. Ms. Shawhine?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Nay.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Stent?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
I move to approve this amendment as amended.
Second.
Ms. Shawhine moved to accept the amendment to Amendment 15. No, we're on 14. Sorry, I moved forward too quick. Ms. Shawhine?
The amended amendment is adding $25,000 for the renovation of Southern High School greenhouse, and yes, I'm an aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent? Motion passes 8-0.
All right, I think that is one more to go.
Yes, I would like to add $137,481, I move, sorry, I move to add $137,481 to our middle school students to participate in the Drug Violence Awareness Expo. Those funds will be distributed through $99,400 for transportation, $35,375 for instructional salaries, $2,706 for fixed charges.
Second.
Ms. Shawheim?
So the amendment moves to fund transportation for another group to participate in what now? I don't have any information about what the program is. And it wasn't in our packet. I think it was added yesterday. I can't support this.
Mr. Morgan?
I just wanted to say, or I think someone wants to go first. I'm going to hit the light first. I just say I'm in 100% full support of this. I live in a community where drugs and violence, or near communities where drugs and violence. I've heard from many students recently, and there's many great projects going on out at Glen Burnie High School, my home school, which I live in. I have family. I call them family from a team I used to play on, where violence has and sometimes even drugs have destroyed the lives of people I'm very close with. I actually heard an update about a friend of mine yesterday who went down a very wrong path. And it was such great news. One of the best news I've heard, that he was doing well in one of our schools in AACPS. And he was trying really hard. And so there are so many students across this county, across this state, who need better education, better awareness on the dangers of drugs and violence. And so I'm in full support of this. Thank you, Ms. Pullen, for bringing this before the board. And I really hope we can get at least some of this funded so more students are aware and we lose less students to drugs and violence.
Thank you. Ms. McFarland?
I appreciate the effort. I mean, it's definitely something we need to be looking at, and middle school is a good time for this. However, I just feel like I thank Ms. Pulliam for sharing the video with me with sort of what this is, but I feel like it's very new as far as making a decision on it tonight on something we really haven't delved into, or if there's other options that don't require travel to an expo that we can look into the same issue in another way. So I think it just I think we need to do a little bit more research on the best way to accomplish this.
Ms. Pulliam?
So yes, this is a program that has been offered in Carroll County, and it's a collaboration with the community and their chambers, bringing in law enforcement and key stakeholders in the community to provide our students a real opportunity collectively and in a comprehensive approach, and giving them demonstrations on drug awareness and bringing all of our resources together. Because of this, well, I'm not saying because, but the drug overdoses have gone down 40% in Carroll County. And this is in collaboration with the Governor's Office of Crime Control and Prevention. But this program is something that they have expanded now to Cecil County, Baltimore County, and now they've asked me if Anne Arundel County was interested in participating. I will tell you that safety is something that we deal with every day, and these students at the middle school pipeline are just the right students to start getting them engaged. But I will tell you, I've seen this and looking at this, when you have the governor's office, you have your community stakeholders, and you have law enforcement all coming together under one roof to service our children in Anne Arundel County. And this is not a pilot, this is expansion. That's why I brought it to the forefront of the board. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tobin?
Yes, as this is not something I've had much of an opportunity to look into, are there any staff members who can speak to this, to their assessment of this? Because obviously we have experts. We have Ms. Jackson who oversees a lot of these issues. And personally, I would like to hear if there's any expertise that could be offered on the value of this program. I don't know who that would be, but Dr. Bedell, any of your staff? You cannot?
No, we just learning about it.
Oh, okay then. Well, that helps me. Thank you.
All right, I see no more lights. Ms. Howe?
Ms. Pulliam moved to add $137,481 for middle school students to participate in the Drug Violence and Awareness Expo. Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. McFarland?
Nay.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Soakworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
It's 5-3, motion passes.
All right, that is it for the budget hearing. So we'll move on to
So-
item.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry.
we're gonna go calculate and then.
Right,
you
but we're
can
not
move on.
taking a break. We're
Yep.
gonna keep going. Yeah, you guys go do your thing.
Oh, wait, but don't I have to say it?
Well, you can't say it yet. He's got to finish doing his thing. So we're going to keep moving because in the interest of time. All right, item 6.12, athletic gates receipts.
Might stay here for this one. They'll calculate.
Yeah, they got you. They over there doing their thing. All right. Dr. Bedell, did you have any comments about the gate receipts? So I know that it was put on the schedule by Ms. Schallheim, so I'll just see if she's got a light. All right. So basically, we know that gate receipts just benefit one group, regardless of whether or not other groups have a part in athletic events. And so I move that the current gate receipt model be reviewed, taking into consideration extracurricular groups other than athletics who participate regularly in athletic events and report back to actually this, I'm going to restart this. I move that the gate receipt model be reviewed by Dr. Bedell and his team, taking into consideration extracurricular groups other than athletics who participate regularly in athletic events and report back to the board with recommendations no later than July 2026 for potential implementation fall 2026.
Second.
All right, I see no lights. Ms. Howe?
Ms. Schallheim moved that the current gate receipt model be reviewed by Dr. Bedell and his team, taking into consideration extracurricular groups other than athletics who participate regularly in athletic events and report back to the board with recommendations no later than July 2026 for potential implementation fall 2026. Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. McFarland?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. McDermott?
Aye.
Mr. Soakworth?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right, item 6.13, reappointment of the superintendent.
Do you have the motion?
Yeah, I have it.
Sorry. I move to reappoint Dr. Mark Bedell to a second four-year term as superintendent as Anne Arundel County Public Schools.
Second.
Wait, I'm not done. beginning July 1, 2026 and ending June 30, 2030, the finalization of which will be contingent on the parties reaching an agreement on a new contract and approval by the state superintendent as required by law.
Second.
All right, Ms. Howe. No. Personnel issue.
Ms. Pulliam moved to reappoint Dr. Mark Bedell to a second four-year term as Superintendent of Anne Arundel County Public Schools beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2030. The finalization of which would be contingent on the parties reaching an agreement on a new contract and approval by the state superintendent as required by law. Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Ms. McFarland.
Aye.
Mr. Morgan.
Aye.
Ms. Pulliam.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Ms. McDermott.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Aye, aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Well, with the exception of budget, what a great way to end the night. That's the first time I ever seen a boss get a standing ovation to come back.
Yeah, but we're not done. We have to deal with,
We're waiting on that. All right, in the interest of time, we're going to go to the monthly financial status report. Any questions on that? None? Okay, all right. Well, that's the last one. I stalled as long as I can, gotta wait.
All right, Mr. Stansky.
Yeah, we're ready.
Back already?
Yeah. Let's get out of here.
All right, we are returning to the budget and the superintendent's recommendation for FY 2027 operating budget. Mr. Stansky, what say ye the number?
Yeah. So based on the amendments approved by this board today, we are recommending adoption of a budget totaling $1,920,276,277. I'll do it one more time. Yep. $1,920,276,277.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so I move that the Board of Education approve the superintendent's recommended FY 2027 operating budget as amended in the amount of $9,920,000,000.
$1 billion.
No.
Wait.
$1 billion.
$1,920,276,277.
Second.
This is going to be a first for me, and it's because of what I see are glaring inequities in our current budget, and based on the discussion and the actions tonight, not making leadway when we could, and then approving things that, I mean, I didn't even have the full amendment in front of me, and we don't even know anything about. So for the first time in my time on this board, I'm going to be a no on this.
Okay, let's see no more lights. Ms. Howe.
Ms. Pulliam moved to approve the fiscal year 2027 operating budget as amended in the amount of $1,920,276,277. Ms. Schallheim.
For the first time ever, no.
Ms. McFarland.
Aye.
Mr. Morgan.
For the first time ever, aye.
Ms. Pulliam.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Ms. McDermott.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
All right, thanks, everybody. Have a good evening. Thank you all for staying as long as you did. You guys know that our hearts are in the right place. Our next board meeting is a general meeting on Wednesday, March 4th at 12 o'clock in this boardroom. Thank you all and have a great evening.